Good morning. How you doing, Robert? How's it hanging? Good morning. It's your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a Friday, chilly Friday, the 28th of January. Good morning, Ali. We have one more trading day next week, and then we start February. I was watching Bloomberg this morning. Bank of America is anticipating 7 rate hikes. 7 rate hikes. I think these people are out of their minds. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? I do know that seasonally, inflation starts to back off a bit into the first quarter. We'll see how that plays out as the winter turns to spring. Heating costs come in a little bit because we are starting to plant and we're outside and so forth. Be interesting to see how builders do. If you've had any experience with construction, especially in the Northeast, in the northern part of the country, you can't start foundations until you know spring thaw because it's impossible to get into the ground without much trouble. Anyway, so it'd be interesting to see how building is going because new home sales to start the week were, I think it was 811,000. They beat by, I don't know, 5%, 6%. So that trend is working. Copper, last time I looked, copper was in the upper half of its range. It's starting to push a bit higher. Copper is a leading economic indicator. We know that industrial production's pushing higher. That's bullish. We do need to see breadth improve. Breadth is the one thing that needs to improve. You know what? Let's go check that out before we get too far away. By the way, Zim Integrated is on the morning in the morning blog post. I talk about Zim and why it might be ready to break out and continue higher. All right, you don't need to chase it this morning. It's up a little bit pre-market. Probably see some profit taking. Maybe we get back down to 63. I don't know how much. It's up $1.67 right now. Everyone's talking about Apple. Apple earnings, it's up $5.58. Apple, so it's trading 165. It's starting to rally a bit going into the opening bell. We got 8 minutes to go. The FANG stocks are mixed. We got Netflix off 70 cents. Netflix had relative strength yesterday. You might want to write down Netflix as something to watch today. Netflix was showing relative strength yesterday when the markets were selling off. We have futures pushing a bit higher. Now we've gone green on the day. We were down, what were we down? 30 points? I don't know. What were we down? Banter, if you're in the room, what were we down on the futures? We were down there near 42.65. We're currently 43.29, 43.30 soon. We're building a B-shaped pattern. Let's see what the 3 o'clock low was. 3 o'clock. All right, that was looks like the 6:30 low was around 42.65. Yeah, we've rallied quite a bit off the low. We're green on the morning. Now, if you're paying attention to gamma, you know that the longer this plays out, that's Canadian for out. The longer this plays out, the more these puts that people have bought for protection, those out of the money risk out of the money protection will decline in value. So they're going to start covering some of those positions. So yesterday I was telling you that I wanted to see us hold the base. We need to hold this base that the S&P is building. Okay, there's always a possibility we move lower. So I'm not trying to say that we won't. But the longer we stay here, I drew in this channel basically. I drew in this channel anticipating that we would hold close to the 200-day for the reasons I just outlined about gamma and short-term protection and such. Still looking for a dead cat bounce. I'm anticipating that if we do base here a few more days, we have an area where we could push off. Those puts that people bought for protection will begin losing value if VIX can't manage to stay higher. In the past, we've seen periods where VIX has stayed higher and frustrated us for 7 to 8 trading days. It was around the 8th trading day where VIX started to come in. So we have another 3 or 4 trading days to go. I'm anticipating that we could see a little bit of a push here as the news begins to back off. Less talk about what the Fed is going to do. Anyway, we need to see breadth. Let's go see what breadth looks like. The number of stocks trading above their 50-day. This can only go so far. It's a bound indicator. If you got all 500 stocks below their 50-day, it can only improve from there. Eventually, it can only improve from there, right? So anyway, let's take a look at that. All right, the number of stocks trading above their 50-day is only 28% now. So that backed off a little bit more yesterday. This becomes more and more of a magnet for institutions to start picking up shares. They're not going to buy them up here. They're going to buy them down here. And we're waiting for tick cumulative to confirm. Once tick cumulative crosses over, I'm looking at the 4-hour chart. 4-hour chart gives me a good trend. If you have this Thinkorswim tick cumulative indicator that I refer to quite often, we look for the 5-minute to cross over. That's usually pretty noisy. 5-minute, I'm just looking for intraday signals. I tend to look at the 1-hour and the 4-hour chart to give me longer term trend indications. All right, if you look at the TTM indicators on the futures right now, we're building yellow histogram bars, which is indicating that we should see more upside today. And if we continue to move up a bit more, and institutions are buying down here in the green zone on the chart that's displayed right now, if those data points start to push towards a bullish reversal, we've got some follow through where we could push a bit higher today. So, and those options will come off. Those puts that were needed for short-term protection will start coming off. Just like my QID, I'm going to take that off if we manage to get out of this rut that we're in, this base that we're building down here below the 200-day. So I'm looking for breadth to start to improve. The longer it takes for them to push it lower, if they can't manage to get below Monday's low, think about it. If you have puts that are making money and they're losing money over the last 3 days because we haven't thrust lower, you're going to start questioning whether or not you should hold on to those puts into next weekend, or at a minimum, you probably want to roll them out to give yourself some time. Anyway, so we got 2 minutes to go for the opening bell. First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits where I can if I want to. I'll take profits off first 15 minutes. If you've been around for any length of time, you see that quite often. You'll have like Apple will push higher this morning. You watch, there'll be options that will come off today. You'll have people taking profits first 15 or 20 minutes, and then we start to see whether or not they're interested in Apple. If they are, you'll see it stay above VWAP and relative volume will pick up. Maybe we get some tier 1 upgrades or something like that. So we look for that after. Or there goes Zim integrated. It's on the move. It's on the move. It's at the highs of the pre-market session right now. Zim integrated, ZIM. All right, so we're pushing higher. We've got less than a minute to go. Your opening bell is coming up soon. Let's see, I'll make sure I have my volume up here. All right. Good luck today, folks. Trade them well. NIMO is at minus 89. That should turn up. Watch Zim here. Watch for profit. Okay, Zim is breaking out here. Zim is breaking out. All right, so a little bit of profit taking first thing. All right, so watching that. Let's see what else is moving. AMC, I see AMC's higher. Tesla is flat to slightly higher. Nvidia's up another $1.68. Apple, let's see what Apple does. All right, so Apple's continuing to thrust higher. It's up $7.50. Apple. There goes Nvidia. Nvidia on the move. Netflix is off $1.60. Qs are pushing higher. I'll probably take QID off some point today. All right, Zim. All right, watching SPY. All right, give it a few minutes. Give it a few minutes. Morning, Nick. All right, Zim integrated. Nice gap up this morning. All right, VIX is lower. We need to see VIX much lower. We need to see it below 28. So keep an eye on VIX. All right, so profit taking in Apple, a little profit taking in Apple. All right, Apple's got some profit taking coming in. As you would expect, first 15 minutes of the trading day, algos are taking care of imbalances. We're looking to take profits, reassess the markets after 10 o'clock, see where relative volume lies and where institutions are positioning. The last couple of days, energy have been strong. Let's see what's the okay. USO crude oil is higher again today. USO crude oil is higher, gapping up, continues higher. Let's look at the weekly time frame. Nvidia, profit taking in Nvidia. All right, so crude oil, you can see when it gets above the 10 EMA, this tends to last. This trend tends to last 10, 12 weeks. In crude oil, we're up above the 10 EMA. This is the 6th week above the 10 EMA. We on the weekly time frame, we're above 58.69. Most likely continues. Don't make any decisions until after 9:45 at the earliest, is what I usually do. I don't make any decisions on trading anything until after 9:45, 9:50 at the earliest. All right, so we're just waiting here, looking for good entries. Okay, let's see what's bouncing. 3M is off $4.65. All right, Smile Direct is trying to get above 250. Smile Direct, pop. Smile Direct is popping here. There goes Smile Direct. All right, So we're looking good on crude oil. All right, futures pulling back a bit. All right, so very choppy this morning. People taking profits. VIX popping up. All right, so it's gonna be another one of those days. It looks like. Looks like it'll be another one of those days. All right. Wasn't able to get to Best Buy last night. I need to get a new trackpad. All right. 43.50 is still resistance. All right, so we're coming back in a bit. All right. VIX pushing a bit higher.
Low ticker minus 800.
All right, VIX popping a little bit there, up 3.6%. We're waiting for the markets to settle down this choppiness, giving us no good trades here yet. All right. First 15 minutes, you know that algos are taking care of imbalances, so we can't really determine if this is more than just that for now. All right. So sector-wise, the strength remains in crude oil and energy. XLK is seeing a little bit of strength. For the majority of sectors, though, we're seeing weakness. So let's see if we can't build a few more sectors' strength. Pharmaceuticals were strong yesterday. Pharmaceuticals were strong. We had most of them were moving higher. Bristol Myers is flat, but still bullish above 50 on RSI. Johnson and Johnson had a nice bounce with earnings. This is consolidating. Merck looking for a follow through. What's Zim doing? See any profit taking? Yeah, they're taking profits on this little pop there. Short-sighted day traders taking profits. Those who are short-term swing popped up this morning, selling into strength. Volume has been looking pretty good, so it looks like institutions have been building positions like they were the first week of January, where this pushed higher. So we're looking for Zim to continue. Give it a few minutes. Give it a few minutes. Still early. All right. Let's see. TQQQ. Still moving lower. Qs. Oops. Didn't want to do that. QQQ. All right. Still showing weakness. All right. Sectors, we're still mostly red on the day with USO crude oil strong. XLK is trying to manage a green sentiment today. XLK trying to hold here. All right, looking for a bounce. All right, let's see what VIX does here. I'm watching for more weakness. All right, most of the sectors are weak. Let's see what XLP looks like. XLP, that's losing it. XLY, these two should work opposite of each other. Everything is moving lower. XLB, all right, XLC, XME, industrials, weak. All right, we're at a bottom here. We could see some strength in the near term. XLF financials, trying to hold the 200 day. 200 day. What's the banks doing? KRE. All right, not seeing a reason to get really active. It's a Friday. We've been hanging out below the 200 day. All right, we're making. All right, so we've taken out yesterday's low and Wednesday's low. Now we're testing Tuesday's low, looks like, or at least showing a potential to test it. No strength yet. All right, Robinhood. All right, what's it doing here? Robinhood. Nice little bounce on Robinhood. All right. Let's see what Robinhood is doing. I see you guys talking about Robinhood. Boy, that looks awful. Still in this downtrend. It is bouncing though. Last night earnings. Anybody catch the earnings? Piper Sandler adjusts Robinhood markets price target to 17 from 13. All right, so Piper Sandler. Barclays, Robinhood to 42. Holy crapo. Barclays, 12. Oh, from 42. Look at this one. Who is this? JMP Securities adjust Robinhood's target to what the hell was that? 58? JPM. Who the hell is JPM? JPM Securities. All right, so we're moving a bit lower. JPM Securities. JMP, not JPM. Sorry. JMP. Adjust their target from JMP ranging from 12 to 58. Target to 45 from 58. All right, Robinhood, I'm just going to keep an eye on this for a minute, just for shits and giggles. Okay, let's see what this does today. They got multiple price target adjustments. The highest price target was 58 that I see. Piper Sandler adjusted their price target to 17. Barclays adjusted their target from 42 down to 12, so that's 30 points lower. All right, Dash. I see Sean talking about Dash. He's short. DoorDash. Yeah, it looks pretty weak, eh? Yeah, that just keeps going. DoorDash.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so still seeing some weakness. DoorDash still moving lower. All right, watching that. All right, I'll watch till about 10 o'clock is where I start looking for true um, bounces or true trends. If they're going to continue lower or higher, or if we're going to have flat VWAP. I don't see anything until after 10. And we start looking at relative volume. All right, let's see who is most active right now. Relative volume with most active is Western Digital. That's down 6.9%. All right, it's a Friday, so I'm not really looking for big movers today. Let's see what Thinkorswim has most actives. Okay, most of these are lower. Smile Direct looks like it wants to push higher. All right. All right, NIO's down 7%. Spectra Pharma, SPPI. Visa. Let's see what Visa looks like. Visa. Gap up on Visa, a little fade. So the first 15, 20 minutes, you expect to see profit taking. Market's still weak. Visa. All right, gap up. Let's see what MasterCard is doing. MasterCard. All right, that's up above the 21-day, fading back below. Synchrony Financial, that gap down on earnings. Interesting. TJ Maxx, that's sitting on the 200-day and looking for that to push higher. What's Walmart doing? Retail. All right, looks like we're going to bounce here, folks. Looks like we'll bounce. All right, Smile Direct bouncing. VIX is rolling over. All right, SPY looking for the bounce. Fridays are, one of those days where you do a lot of homework, not a lot of trading. My experience is that you look for Monday to give you ideas of what's going to work. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are good trading days, swing days, entry days. Fridays, not as much, maybe taking some profits off for the week. Stocks that are going to continue higher show relative strength typically. Let's see, what's Apple doing? Apple, I got a friend asking me about Apple. It's still up $5. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of buying down here at the low. Nvidia, Google, Netflix. The Qs are bouncing. Tesla's still up $5 on the day after earnings. VIX, we needed that to roll over. All right, so the S&P 500, Discover Communications, DISCA looks good. Watch the broadcasters. Viacom, Fox, Disney, Netflix, Roku, etc.
Low tick alert -800.
Wow, this is really choppy this morning. Zim is still looking pretty strong. It's hanging out just below its high, 75 cents off the high, but looking like it wants to follow through. The energy stocks like Phillips 66 continuation, CF following through. I know Ali is in this one. CF looks good here. Halliburton, Schlumberger, Apache, Okay, so WR Berkeley, who are they? What do they do? WRB, are they? Insurance, okay. Property and casualty insurance, reinsurance. All right, that looks like it's going to break out. The oil and gas names, 1, 2, 3, and energy and materials look good. Fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers, CF Industries. All right. Very choppy this morning. Discover, that one looks pretty good. Discover, bouncing. Okay, VIX looking good. Higher. TTD, trade desk. Wow, that's lower. Trade desk looks weak to me. TTD breaking down. Bed Bath and Beyond. That was seeing some activity recently. Bed Bath. BBBY looks interesting. BBBY 60-minute looks interesting. BBBY. Bed Bath and Beyond. All right, look at the 60-minute chart. Looking kind of interesting here on Bed Bath. Higher low, looking for a push higher. Seeing some activity. Bed Bath and Beyond. Relative volume, watching. Still early, not really jumping into anything just yet. I make it a practice of waiting until after about 10 o'clock, 10:15. Fridays don't usually see much, not much to do on a Friday. Playing the long game, not the short game. Long game, looking for this base to work to our advantage. We are we are below Wednesday's low. We're testing Tuesday's low. Still continuing lower. Each one of these days, we've sold the high. We've sold the high and closed a lower from the high each day. Bed Bath and Beyond on the move. All right, so those look good. Oil and gas names. PSX. SLB. Halliburton. Relative strength. All right, let's see. Mid caps and small caps. Southwestern, SWN. Southwestern Energy. All right, that's a $4 stock. P10. SM Energy. Maritime Max. Boats. Rentals, etc. Core Labs. Axos Financial. Range Resources. RRC. Neighbors. All right. SM, RRC, a lot of energy related names, SWN, all of these looking like they're going to follow through, but they're below the 9 and 21 days. So we'll keep an eye on these. Neighbors Industries, NBR, trending. That looks good, Neighbors. All right, SPY. All right, it goes Bed Bath and Beyond, still going. Bed Bath and Beyond. Bed Bath and Beyond, still strong this morning. Retail, let's see what that does today. All right. Home Depot, no follow through. Home Depot. Robin Hood, sellers at the high of the day. Robin Hood. No follow through on those upgrades. Robin Hood. Roblox is trading in the 50s. Roblox still trading in the 50s, continues lower. Roblox. All right, Zim still looking for interested parties. Zim integrated. Everything is off for the most part. Some of the retail stocks are higher. The oil and gas names look good. Let's go look at energy.
Low tick alert -800.
There are more low ticks. Equitable resources. Nope. Neighbors looks good. Southwestern below the moving averages. I prefer stocks that are showing relative strength, but I want to see them above the 921 and 50 day. Console Energy, Range Resources. Bed Bath is still going. Bed Bath and Beyond still going. It's got a bid. There goes Bed Bath and Beyond, ripping higher. BBBY, ripping. All right, SPY calls looking good there. Schlumberger, SLB, Schlumberger. Trending. Schlumberger is trending, SLB. As you know, Schlumberger provides technology services, project management, and information solutions for the petrochemical petroleum industry worldwide. Schlumberger is continuing higher out of a big cup and handle pattern. I like Schlumberger for the follow through. Looking pretty strong. Let's see what kind of relative volume we've got today on Schlumberger. Probably continues. Schlumberger. All right, we just pulled back to the VWAP, so watch this one. Might be something here. Schlumberger. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Weekly on Schlumberger. Okay, just keeps. This is a weekly breakout of this W shape or cup and handle pattern energy. Excuse me. All right, Bed Bath & Beyond continuation. SPY, no follow through yet. It's still early. It's 10:06. Schlumberger, watching for this continuation. Zim integrated, looking for breakout eventually. Nice volume building like it was the first week of January, where this one pushed higher. It's too early to tell what's going on, folks, right now. If you're gaming the markets, trying to find some trades, look for the ones that are showing relative strength. Best Buy, Bed Bath and Beyond, the retail stocks. Let's go look at the retail. Retail is seeing some activity in these names. Friday's generally a slower day. AZO, Marine Max, boats, rentals, sales. Signet Jewelers, this is one that Anton was looking at several weeks ago. Looking for this to get out of this base and start moving above the 50-day. What did Macy's do? Macy's. All right, so we sold Macy's yesterday with a small profit. Now it's starting to pull back a little bit more. Let's see how it holds. If it holds near 23, it might be something there. TJ Maxx, retail. All right, so give it a little bit more time. I like to play a game. If I'm going to be interested in taking a position, I usually wait a little bit longer. All right, CF Industries, fertilizers. We got spring coming up. There goes Bed Bath and Beyond. That one's showing a lot of strength today. I don't know if the Reddit crowd is after this one again today. CF, look at Bed Bath and Beyond. Bed Bath and Beyond. Nice little push here. Relative volume looks pretty good compared to yesterday at the open. 10 o'clock. This is still going. Bed Bath and Beyond. Okay. Also, some of the other shippers, maritime shippers. Let's see. Shippers, bulk carriers. All right. These are building higher lows, trying to break a downtrend. People don't seem to be that interested in these, but they're starting to change direction. Some of these are penny stocks, of course. All right, SHIP, looking for, there goes Best Buy. Best Buy is ripping higher. Excuse me, Bed Bath and Beyond. A lot of these are breaking trend. Even the penny stocks are starting to break trend, so that's an interesting development. Genco Shipping, breaking trend. KEX, Kirby Corp, that's trending, looking good. Navios Marine, Maritime, not breaking trend yet. Eagle Bulk Shipping. All right, that's above the 921 and 50 day. Looks like it could make a trip back up to the highs. Tops, another penny stock, still pushing lower. All right, where's Starbulk? Starbulk back above the 921 50 day. All right, so Bed Bath and Beyond's trying to do something here. Push, trying to break back above the 21 day. All right, so SPY is working so far. All right, we showed a test of the Tuesday low. Still think that's possible. Weakness. All right, SPY. Really nothing here. Sorry, really nothing here for me. Bed Bath and Beyond. Looking for a follow through. Yeah, it's the energy plays that are looking the best. Even these are breaking, coming back in. Halliburton. Let's see what these look like. Halliburton trying to push higher.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, got a high tick alert. All right, so some short covering coming in. CF looks pretty good there, Ali. All right, Bristol Myers. All right, so yesterday we saw the pharmaceuticals looking good. Bristol Myers looking for it to push off of this level. All right, Bristol Myers about to go green here. Watch the pharma, BMY, Merck. Let's see what these look like. Merck, MRK. We know what Merck, these are doing very similar things. Pharma. J&J, Johnson and Johnson. All right, Eli Lilly. All right, we're seeing buyers stepping up at the low of the day, looking for the follow through. Eli Lilly at the low. AstraZeneca. Pfizer got rejected at the 50 day yesterday. All right, looking for Pfizer to follow through. All right, nice trade. Nice trade, Paulo. VIX is rolling over. That B flag, XLE. All right, what's Gush doing? Gush, GUSH, USO. USO trending. Gush looks okay, but it's just sideways in a range. USO looks good. What's the dollar doing? UUP. Dollar gapped up. Second day, holding the gap. That should put pressure on some of the international indices. Brazil's still looking very good. Brazil's the ETF is weighted towards energy and materials, commodity rich country. All right. Fridays, I don't usually do much Fridays. This has been one of those weeks where you just have to sit and wait. All right, so Apple looks pretty good. Apple doesn't look like it's going to pull back. Anybody catch the earnings conference call last night? All right, we could get back to 185, Apple. So with all of those rate hikes, Bank of America is looking for seven rate hikes. That's amazing. Um, all right, Apple looking pretty strong. Tesla's coming off the lows. All right, so the number of stocks trading above their 50-day were only 28%. 28%. Okay, is this as bad? Is this period as bad as the COVID period where we got down to about 2% of stocks were above the 50-day? Are we going to sell everything or are we going to start finding buyers? Well, first thing we need to do is watch for tick cumulative to cross over. Tick cumulative needs to cross. That'll tell you that institutions are buying. Looks like they've been buying a little bit, not a lot. We're not trending. The 4 hour and the 4 hour chart and the 60-minute charts have yet to turn up. The shorter time frames, like the 30-minute, are showing signs of maybe a double bottom in an in the buying activity by institutions. But you've got this period over here where we're 28% of the stocks are above their 50-day. Okay. So 72% of stocks are below the 50-day. Where do you think institutions will be picking up shares? So the task for us is to find the stocks that are one, showing relative strength, or two, coming out of nice bases from below the 50-day moving average. Let's look at some things like, I don't know, CF. What's CF? CF is above the 50-day. So that looks good. That's one of those 28% of the stocks that are above the 50-day. That's a pretty good thing to see. All right, new core steel is below the 50-day. It's got a double bottom. It's been consolidating at these lows. All right, so the likelihood is this will get bought if the economy continues to perform. Some of these value stocks, cyclical stocks, will continue to find institutions buying. So we want to see activity. How does that show up in a chart? Well, you won't have red candles. You'll have some green candles at support, likely on the pullback below the 50-day. So these are the kind of things that we're looking for in industries that should perform if cyclicals continue to get bought. Financials are near support. We either drop or we push higher. So we're looking for the 10-year yield to give us an indication that yields will continue to move higher. Supposedly bad for growth stocks, the 10-year moving higher. Good for banks and cyclicals. All right, so markets are continuing to push here. All right, so this is looking much better. Paulo, you pretty much low tick that one on the long side. That looks good. All right, so every day this week, we've seen buyers at the low of the day. We've also seen sellers at the high of the day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Sellers at the high of the day. Is this the day that's going to be different? All right, a lot of stocks are starting to push. There goes Tesla. Tesla ripping here. Tesla going. Tesla go time. There we go. Tesla's up 35 points. Tesla plus 35 points off the low of the day. That continues. There goes Apple. Apple bought shares just now. Apple, I just bought shares. In my kids' accounts and my account. All right, so All right, looking for Apple to follow through. Netflix looking for a bounce. Yesterday, Netflix showed relative strength, so we'll see if that follows through again today. All right, Peloton still hanging out. IBM, watch IBM today. Tesla continues to press new highs of the day. Tesla was off over 105 points yesterday. Okay, IBM looking good. All right, Tesla, Home Depot, nice little bounce in Home Depot here. Watch HD. All right, let's take a look. If you're thinking about your retirement account, I'm always checking out the dividend ETFs like SPHD, one of my favorites. Low volatility, low volatility, dividend paying ETFs. I have my dividends set to reinvest, buy more shares. We'll get some more shares here. You could always start holding the 50-day, averaging in, looking at the weekly time frame. All right, there's a possibility we could come back a little bit more, but looking for the markets to bounce. We're pretty extreme at this point. The number of stocks trading below their 50-day moving average tends to be when it gets down into the 25 to 30% level, meaning 70 to 75% of stocks are below the 50-day moving average. That tends to be an area where institutions start buying. So if you've been nervous all this week, you need to do a few things. Number one, you need to consider maybe you have too much risk on. Okay. So, number one, you got to look at your positioning. Do you have 100% of exposure in stocks? What's your age? Are you like 20, 30? If you're 20 or 30, you have a lot more time for your investing. So, when you're in your 20s and 30s, you want to be more weighted towards equities, but not 100%. You always want to have some cash on hand so that when you can find some really good values on dips like we're seeing right now, start to average in. If you were going to buy 1,000 shares of SPY or the S&P right here, just using an example, if you were going to use 1,000 buy 1,000 shares, you might start thinking about buying maybe 25 shares. Okay. If this base holds and we start to get above the 200-day, maybe you add another 50 shares. But you're looking at adding on dips like this, right? Anyway, you could also trade some of these dividend paying ETFs. I know I've been talking about this a lot lately, but because I've been working with my kids' portfolios, I want to buy on these dips. And we got SPHD, which pays monthly. Let's see. All right, looking for a base and a push higher. What is that you're looking at there? AFRM. Okay, you're looking at AFRM. Affirm Holdings. All right, this one's been in a markdown for quite a while. All right, let's look at the weekly time frame. Weekly. All right, so this is at the IPO lows. Triple bottom. AFRM. That looks pretty good for a triple bottom IPO price. Affirm Holdings. Watching that. All right, it hasn't moved much. Yeah. It's been a good short 12 weeks. All right, watching that one. Just because it's at the lows does not mean it's a reason to buy. it needs to change direction. So at a minimum, you need to see the moving averages flatten out, price action flatten out. So that could take several weeks, but something to pay attention to. Maybe you get some kind of entry in the short term. All right, IBM looks like it's going to potentially break higher here. IBM. All right, watch IBM here. IBM. IBM's looking good. Watch IBM. Okay, IBM bouncing off the 9 and 21 day, looking for a volume. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling the follow through, not feeling the interest. All right, so the Qs, we got 4 blocks so far on the Qs. SPY, we've got 7. The largest blocks are 251,000. That's the 431.34 blocks. 431.34, 431 and 34 cents. That's been blocks that we saw all day yesterday. All right, VIX is trying to rear its head again. VIX is being a pain in the butt again today. So look at the S&P, and we have yet to do anything with this base. All right, so we're at this low from over here in September. Is it enough? We haven't shown any signs of a retest of the highs, the 200 day. We've been testing the lows. All of these wicks down here at the low show that there's been buyers down here. You would think that institutions are picking up shares. Stocks that will benefit from rate hikes, cyclicals, watching those, and buying ETFs, low volatility ETFs. That's about all I'm doing at the moment. Retail stocks, looking for retail to continue. All right, so still no follow through. Bristol Myers trying to push higher. Bristol Myers, high of the day. BMY. BMY, if this continues higher, like yesterday, I'm looking to add to this on strength. Bristol Myers look good. $9.21 day, we got volume. All right, looking for the next wave up. 68.59 is the highs. Look for this to push back up to that level. Bristol Myers. EWZ coming back in a little bit. All right, so a lot of these pharmaceutical names have been seeing strength lately. Abbott Labs looking for a bounce. Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly, same idea. I like Eli Lilly just a hair more because it's just above the 200 day in basing. I like Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly looking for a push higher off of this level.
breakthrough for tech. This is Apple. This is the Titan. So in theory, they have more market power to navigate these supply chain issues. How much of a read-through is there really to other tech players that maybe just don't pull as much weight?
Well, this goes to Guy's point. I'm looking at the Nasdaq 100, right? 15 stocks up, 86 down, and Apple is up 60 points. So it's helping the index. But I thought we'd see more big picture, right? In this earnings season, we've been so focused on outlook, but we haven't had much discussion of the macro picture. Somebody asked Tim Cook on the call, what is your read of the global economy right now? And he literally said, I'm not an economist. I'm not going to go there. And this is the frustration. Look on your screen, look at the companies that are reporting next week, particularly the advertisers. We forget that Meta, parent company of Facebook, is essentially just advertising, right? We're so focused on this transition to the metaverse.
All right, looking for futures which are building a P-shaped profile. It's at the tangent of the P. Okay, if you visualize a P, it's like a bullet shape. The point of control is where the most volume has traded, right where we are right now. So either we push above it or push below it, S&P futures. Right now we're trying to get back above it. That tangent is right at 4308. We're looking for it to push above the top of the profile if we're bullish, and we're looking for it to push below that tangent or point of control if we're bearish. So right now we're on a buy signal on the 5-minute for the last few hours. On the 30-minute, 15-minute charts. Okay, 30-minute, that's right, 30-minute. We're on a buy signal since about 8 o'clock. Since about 8 o'clock, the futures have given us a buy signal. It's been a little choppy coming into the opening bell and opening range, but it's looking a little better here. Looks like we might actually push higher. We got a lower high on VIX, and could see follow through. Now, what we observed recently as we build this base, we talked about this as the index S&P 500 index builds the base down here below the 200-day. We've also seen a very persistent bid in VIX, but as the month rolls on, we have Monday is the last trading day of January. So anyone that wants short-term protection will be looking at next month or buying next month's VIX futures or next month's puts. So as this persistence in strength in VIX can't get back above these highs, this is going to start to fade at some point. As we talked about, the puts, the gamma that's out there, most likely gets monetized. And the next biggest expiration that we'll be looking at is in February now. So the third week of February is the 18th of February. That's when we'll see more options roll off. Between now and then, I'm expecting puts to be monetized or rolled out to the next month. But if we can't manage to push much higher for whatever reason, the markets are still keeping a bid in VIX at this level, I'm thinking this is going to start to fade. That's what Brent has been talking about, and makes a lot of sense when you look at the gamma and the need for protection. I'm sure there's still some holdouts that think the market's going to crash 50% from here. That knucklehead that was on CNBC the other day. I mean, you would need to see the economy imploding. You need to see industrial production rolling over in a big way. Instead, RSI is still drifting higher. So you can see back here in 2016, the last time we moved back above the 12-month moving average. All right, this is a monthly chart. Last time industrial production moved from oversold and then got back above the 10 or the 12 period moving average. This lasted for 2 years. All right, so the last time we moved above was mid-2020 after the COVID crisis. We continued to rally into 2021, and into 2022. So it's possible we could see industrial production get back up to these highs. The point is that industrial production continues to strengthen, not fade. You also see a lot of the maritime shippers catching a bid, meaning there's a lot of shipping going on, with 90% of shipping being done via these big bulk carriers. That's a good thing to watch. If we look at the Baltic Dry Index, let me just use this chart here, Baltic Dry, BDI, Baltic Dry Index. All right, that's pulled back. Let's look at the weekly Baltic Dry Index. All right, that's still falling off. So we're looking for support in this area and a push higher. So we're looking for those maritime shippers like Zim Integrated to continue to test the highs and potentially break higher. All right, Starbulk, SPLK. The rails, we're also watching the rails. CSX. That's at the 200-day. Norfolk Southern, NSC. All right, those are weak. AB Hunt, the truckers, that's weak as well. So we're looking for a reversal in some of these indicators, and stocks have yet to see them. So we'll keep an eye on energy, which is still the place where most trades have been focused, it looks like. All right, so Schlumberger. All right, so no follow through on the indices. Apache. All right, fading a little bit, but at highs. Halliburton. All right, that's still fairly strong. All right, so no strength in the indices yet. Qs. All right, so we could still retest the lows here as we're building a base. A lot of people are expecting more downside. All right, so a lot of stocks are fading again. IBM was looking strong, and over the last 15 minutes, it's faded from 133.50 back down to 132.20. Apple still looking for higher highs and higher lows. Nvidia is still trying to produce higher highs and higher lows. The FANG stocks are mixed. Right now, I'm not feeling like there's a reason to buy a lot. All right, continue to collect some cash. Tick cumulative is nothing special. I agree with you. All right, VIX is still persistent. VIX could stay persistent. I keep looking at VIX. The last time we saw this was back in September. And again at the end of November, where we stayed up here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days before fading. So we're only up here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with potential for test the lows because there's just no bid in the markets. Institutions, very little going on here. Energy's fading right now. Energy. All right. IWM at 188, still dropping off. IWM still looking very weak. IWM. Small caps are not doing much. IWM is dropping off right here. All right. So you don't have to do anything really. You don't have to put money to work. You don't always have to be actively trading. This week is not a week that we've got have much of a follow through. We're still basing as VIX remains persistent at highs. All right, Atlassian team seeing 1.8 RVol. Let's look at team, Team, team Atlassian. We're trying to get back above the 200-day. It's at the 21-day now, so it looks like it could be potentially breaking trend like EWZ did weeks back. EWZ still consolidating underneath the 200-day, but this broke trend, looking for a follow through. Same idea here with team, has yet to break trend, so RSI is rising. Over the next week or so, maybe we see this back above the 200-day, and all the moving averages start to turn up and to the right, so that's still in under development. Bristol Myers still trying to break out. Eli Lilly watching for the 200-day and money to come in. Eli Lilly over the next week or so. Maybe here's some high ticks and get the markets to come off of these levels. Looking for Lilly to do something, move back up into the top of the range. Eli Lilly looking for about 45 to 50 points back up to the highs. Once we see more institutional interest, for now, we're waiting. All right, so not dropping off. The bears must be frustrated as much as the bulls are today, because we keep showing signs that maybe we'll drop off, but that selling just keeps getting bought. They keep buying the lows here. So they're protecting these wicks. 5 wicks this week, right along this level. All right. All right, so we've been watching that. The next level support is right down here at Monday's low, this volume by price band. You can see why we're having issues here. See that all this volume that's traded in this area between 4,300 and 4,450 or so, 4,350, 4,400. This area right over here, there's a lot of volume that's traded in this area. So until we get back above the 200-day, we really don't see any daylight till we get up into this area over here on the left. Okay, so as price moves back above this dashed line, that's what I'm watching. And we just continue to build a base. So there's really nothing to do right now. If you're buying some ETFs like SPHD, this one has a dividend payout on Monday. So I have my dividends set to reinvest in more shares. Use the power of compounding. If you're in your 20s, 30s, it's good to have some money. When I was back and when I was in my 30s, I was investing in ETFs, index funds, as a part of my portfolio that I was building at the time when I moved up to Jersey and started to wait. Here we go, starting to push. When I was first moved to Jersey, started working as an architect, a staff architect for a developer, Hartz Mountain developers in North Jersey. They offered 401ks and investment that we could get into. It was Vanguard, I believe, at the time. But same idea at that time. I was investing about 10% of my earnings per month in index funds. And it's a good thing I did over the years. Never really need to use it um, until after COVID hit. And thankfully haven't had to use it, but it's just been building and compounding every month. This particular ETF just pays that dividend, and over the years, it's really done very well. So At some point, the Fed's going to make me start taking some money out. I think it's at 73, right? 73, you're supposed to start taking money out. So I got quite a few years to wait before I do that, and just let that keep rolling over in that tax deferred account. So accounts plural. Kids are doing well in their Coverdell account. Keep adding to this particular investment for them as well. And I'm just sitting here waiting for the markets to do something. I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. Nasdaq futures continue to push and show relative strength. Nasdaq futures. I've got mute on occasionally. I keep coughing my full head off, so I don't want to keep coughing into the mic. Looking for stocks to catch a bid as we push above the point of control. Every time we show signs, maybe we start to bounce and follow through. They sell. They sell into strength, so we need to see that change. VIX, man, it's persistent. Just won't let things move. All right. All right, so you can see this range from this closing low over here on Wednesday, that little high right there. Yesterday we came up to that level again. We had this low over here, very much in the same area along in here. So um, looking for prices to get above those levels. Right along here. You can see that how many times we've hit that level and reversed or whatever. Right. All right, looking for a push above that level that we've hit several times. All right, you know what? Let me just change the color of that. All right, so we've got this thin red line that prices have came up against, came back to. We keep bouncing around at that area right around 433, 434. All right, looking for prices to continue higher. Anybody's guess when they're going to start buying, but tick cumulative, we're close to a bottom. The 30-minute is trying to cross bullish. I like that. I like that trade there, Sundog. Intel. All right, so we're building some strength here, looking forward to push above that red line where we've found support and resistance over the last 3 or 4 trading days. We're right in the middle there. We're above point of control for now. L3 Harris building higher highs and higher lows, coming out of a little dip that we saw yesterday. L3 Harris. Bristol Myers trying to break above 64.25. That was the 64.20 was the last area I added. Looking for a follow through on Bristol Myers. Apple's still going. Apple doing very well on Apple. Nice follow through. Okay, we're starting to go now. Go time. We're above 434. Almost above 434 here. All right, heads up. Apple's still booming.
High took alert plus 800. Extreme high took alert.
All right, so we're pushing higher.
High took alert.
VIX. All right, so we're in the top of the P. S&P futures and Nasdaq futures. That's bullish. Tesla continuation, looking very good. Tesla. Tesla looking really good. Tesla was down 105 points yesterday. Tesla was down 105 points yesterday. I'm looking for at least half of that back by next week sometime, if not sooner. 105 points. When was the last time we saw 105 points on? There goes AMD. AMD's booming here. Lowe's, Home Depot. Lowe's and Home Depot going for the high of the day here. Target, high of the day. A lot of stocks reversing now. Looks like institutions.
High took alert plus 800. Extreme high took alert.
All right, these levels historically have been bought. All right, so we got a nice follow through. All right, so remember all of those puts?
Extreme high took alert.
All right, big move here. Q's with the first out of the gate. Yes. Yes, Paulo. Tick cumulative is about to cross over. Tick. 30-minute cross.
Extreme high took alert.
All right, so you know what the bears are thinking right now. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Here we go. I better cover. That's what they're thinking. Okay, nice follow through. All right. With this influx of buying, there goes Bristol Myers. Bristol Myers breaking out. Bristol Myers breaking out. BMY going. Bristol Myers is going. Okay, what's Robinhood doing? Robinhood catching a bid. Hood. Robinhood still going.
Extreme high took alert.
Robinhood, those February 12 calls are still very cheap. They're trading $1.36, $1.34 for a cheap lotto. Buy the dips only. Pulling away from VWAP, showing it's in play.
High tick alert plus 800. Extreme high tick alert.
All right, nice follow through. Okay, so not to get too excited, I like the relief rally, but not to get too excited, but we're still below. We're still below the 200-day. I don't see that changing anytime soon. I don't see us getting back above the 200-day, but it's looking a lot better. All right, so it's looking more and more like a base. We got wicks underneath all 5 candles this week. We also have wicks up high. So if you look at the weekly candle, we're still on a doji. Okay, so this is looking much better. 4 weeks down, similar to 4 weeks down over here. COVID. 4 weeks down, the 5th week, we made a new low, and then we reversed. That was the March 23rd low. Okay, so I'm not trying to compare. I'm only trying to suggest that 4 weeks down and 72% of the stocks below the 50-day, starting to see a reason for institutions to buy. Want to see confirmation? We have 1-to-1 up-down volume on the NYSE, 1-to-1, 2-to-1 on the Nasdaq. Nasdaq was the first out of the gate. That's back above volume by price. Point of control. So we're looking for stocks to continue. All right, looking for some upside here now. Okay, ARK K, nice move off the lows here, ARK K. Nvidia's at the high of the day. That looks good. Growth stocks look like they are still bid. Yep, still going. Nvidia, Google, Netflix showed relative strength yesterday. I'm expecting Netflix to get a move on here shortly. We had Discover, DISCA, Discover Communications with a big bounce today. Discover, if you still have Discover in your portfolio, this looks good. Viacom, bouncing. You got Fox, bouncing. Comcast, bouncing. All right. What's Dish doing? Dish Networks, Dish, or not so much. Comcast, Viacom, DISCA, Fox. Big moves on some of these here. Fox is only a $30 stock. Could see 40. Could see a 10-point move. 10-point move, more than 20% from this level. On a lot of these, let's see, a lot of these stocks. Netflix still inside of this base. Day 6, looking for a push higher next week. Roku also Looking for a base down here. Still too early to tell if this is going to get above the 921 and 50-day. Needs to change trend. All right, so far it looks like a short duration buy program. Multiple stocks. Would be very interested to see what Steve Hammer has to say about the number of buy programs. Costco making new highs here on the 5-minute. Costco trying to come out of this base. This is day 9 on this gap down. Day 9, getting a reversal. Crocs, looking for these stocks that have been beaten down to reverse now. Target trying to form a base down here. Dollar Tree lately have been seeing this base down below the 50-day. Lowe's and Home Depot, looking for a pop in these. Home Depot, looking for a pop back up to these levels overhead. Still watching for a base in some of these Bitcoin stocks. They have yet to come out of this markdown period. So it's still early on these. Mara, Riot. Okay, so these are showing signs, but have yet to reverse. Okay, so Bitcoin's trying to do something. Off 50% from the highs, 50% from the 69,000 level down here in the 30,000s. The weekly, the signal on the weekly for me is going to be when this turns. Only until once this turns, then I'll have a chance at maybe something here on the Bitcoin stocks. Coinbase on the weekly. Same thing, Coinbase is yet to turn. And what happened? It's still down here in the 170s, 180s. All right, SPY is still going, so we'll focus on SPY for now and the S&P because that's where everybody's focused, it seems like. All right, so we're looking for RSI to give us a signal and continue. The last 3-4 days, we've had signals that got reversed as sellers start to come in north of 4,400. 4,350 is a level we need to get above on the S&P, 4,350. Okay, so we're above 4,350 and following through. Okay, starting to stall, or do we follow through? VIX needs to drop off really hard. All right, Apple, Netflix up 20. Apple still going. Going to get back above 170, it looks like. Bed Bath & Beyond is up almost 9% now. Bed Bath & Beyond, we noticed that one early in the morning. That's up $1. +1 from the level where we saw it this morning, starting to show relative volume. Best Buy, Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, so Apple's at the highs. All right, RSI, not quite to overbought or to the 70 level. All right, so that was a nice little run there. Don't forget the last few days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we hit the highs in reverse. So getting excited about prices moving higher, just remember that there's still potential for these guys to keep selling. So far, we're okay. We're about to cross over on the 30-minute time frame. Tick cumulative is about to cross over on the 30-minute. So that would be a double bottom as stocks trade more than 70% of the S&P 500 stocks are below their 50-day. There's a lot of room to the upside. We've got TTM histograms are showing cyan bars on the 30-minute time frame after a 8 o'clock buy signal. 8 a.m. this morning, we had buy signals on both the S&P and the Nasdaq future. So we're looking for that to follow through with the majority of stocks below their 50-day. Looking for institutions to buy the dip. We still need to get above 4,500. We need gamma to flip to positive for the dealers to do the same thing. So institutions are doing the heavy lifting right now. Need to see them continue to buy. All right, we just got a high tick alert looking for a follow through. High tick looking for the follow through. Yep, I need to get it back above the 200-day. You're absolutely right. Could take another week of basing below the 200-day before we get enough buying interest by institutions, but let's take a look at something real quick. While we're waiting for the markets to continue higher, let's take a look at something. All right, so S&P equal weight index. All right, so let's take a look. S&P equal weight index. I just had a thought here. Okay, the last time we were down here and based for 2 weeks, 3 weeks before moving back above the 50-day, from the third week of September into the second week of October. So 4 weeks right in here. What happened? We got down to almost 25%, 24%. I think it was 23%. 23% of stocks were trading above their 50-day. All right. So 77% of stocks or more were trading below their 50-day. So that was back here. And that took us 3 weeks to come out of this base. So we're 5 days into this and we're down at that level already. Okay, so we're starting to get to an area where institutions will be interested in buying. We're still waiting for CCI to give us a signal. No signal yet. We're probably going to get it within the next few days. But what LA just says is the same thing that I'm thinking of, is that we could base down here. We could still make a lower high. That could be a dead cat bounce is what I'm thinking initially. And until we get above the 200-day, I'm thinking that we could see further and more stocks trade below their 50-day before we start to see really a lot of interest by institutions. We got tick cumulative trying to cross over on the 30-minute time frame, so that'll come into the 60 minutes shortly. The 60-minute will give us a buy signal too once we get a 30-minute buy signal. And we're still trading above the profile for now. NYSE is showing one-to-one down volume, one-to-one down volume. So there's 2,700 stocks on the NYSE. The Nasdaq we're watching, it's 2-to-1 up volume on the Nasdaq. Nasdaq futures pushing higher. All right, so we stayed down there for 4 weeks before pushing higher when the number of stocks above the 50-day had reached an extreme that we're currently at right now. So there's a possibility we see something soon. Okay, you can see growth stocks are being bought. Not my imagination, growth stocks being bought. Okay, so all right. So growth stocks are being bought. All right, we're starting to consolidate a little bit on the 5-minute. Do we push a bit higher? We're going to have a weekend now. We have the weekend, and anyone who was interested in VIX or puts will be most likely rolling out to the next month. So VIX protection will roll out to the February monthly, which is the 18th. All right, so the week of Valentine's Day, by the way. Valentine's Day falls on a Monday. Valentine's Day falls on a Monday. So make sure you're thinking about your Valentine and stop thinking about the markets. The markets will take care of themselves. All right, so let's see how the watch list fared this week. The watch list for the week. Okay, and we'll set this to the week, 1 week performance. All right, so ITCI, that was one that was mentioned by JP Morgan a few weeks ago, ITCI. All right, that's bouncing, looks really good. It was mentioned by JP Morgan back here the 3rd. It was right before Christmas, and this ran up nicely from 44 up to 55. So that was a 11-point run. All right, see NVIDIA, a little profit taking on NVIDIA right here. Apple flagging at the highs. Bed Bath & Beyond is still cruising higher. Bed Bath & Beyond is up 10% now. Bed Bath & Beyond, observation at the open, that one's up 10% now. Is up 10% and still going, 10.5%. I'm sorry, I left a 0.5% off of there. Google, continuation. NVIDIA's fading a little bit. Apple's at the highs. Tesla consolidating at 850, right at 850. All right, so that's ITCI. That one's up on the week, 7% on the week. Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin was on the watch list. That's flagging. 3 days, they've been finding buyers at the low of the day, has yet to break out. Lockheed Martin. Energy, that was on the watch list. That did well for the week. Energy is up 4.77% for the week. Bristol Myers, another one of my favorites. That's up 1.34%. That's starting to go. Bristol Myers looks good. Okay. Baker Hughes, flat on the week. Still consolidating. Energy. Vale Materials, flat. Aqua for the week, still consolidating at the 200 days. So these look good. All right, Bed Bath & Beyond is still going. Bed Bath & Beyond. All right, so very bullish day on Bed Bath & Beyond. On Monday, we had this nice bullish engulfing candle, which is generally a nice reversal signal. Bullish engulfing on the daily at the lows, double bottom. You got a bottom over here at 1338. You had a follow through on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We faded, but now looks like we're gonna take out that 1550 level. They've been buying all day. All right, so we need to see, multiple days of buying, like over here in November and the 3rd week of November. Just need to see more buying. All right, so we're still building. I just keep thinking about all of those puts that people had looking for that massive pullback that some people think is coming. All right, looking for that RSI signal. Stochastics to turn back up. MACD is building shorter histogram bars, so that's a function of price, obviously. function of price. So we're building short histogram bars like over here. Last time we saw that the indices bounced at the 50-day, was below, then bounced above. Then we had that low on December 20th. So I'm watching histogram very intently on the MACD. MACD is about to turn, headed towards the zero line. Stochastics is oversold and pushing higher. So still basing, got to get above the 200-day. All right. Still looking for RSI to turn and hold that trigger. All right, let's see what NIMO looks like. I forgot to look at that. NIMO. NIMO is at minus 77 and turning. So we had 5 days this week where NIMO was below 80 on the close. Minus 120 was the low on Monday. And minus 80 Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Starting to move higher. So this would be the first day we close above minus 80. If NIMO can continue this improvement, looks like it will. Google still going. Google, let's take a look at Google on the daily. Google advertising. They report next week, right? Okay, Google reports next week on the 1st. That's Tuesday after the market close. Google. All right, watching on the top of the profile, but haven't seen any follow through yet. Tick cumulative is crossing on the 30-minute time frame. So if we have a shot at the 200-day next week, we need to see a positive or a bullish close. We're up 4 handles on the SPY now. Okay. Zim following through. Zim need to see a push above the high, above 65. Communication sector is pretty hot. You see the communication sector? That's the broadcasting names. These are turning the corner. Okay, so communications, nice push above the VWAP, pulling away. VWAP is bullish up and to the right. It's going to take multiple days to get this out of this base. Let's see what the weekly looks like. Communications. That would be Facebook, Viacom, Discover, which is higher this morning, Discover, Fox, Charter Communications, Netflix, Roku, all of those names. Looking for a bounce now. All right, let's go take a look at sectors. Okay, looking for all of these to be above VWAP. Okay, everything is above VWAP. Everything is above VWAP? Okay, good. Let's look at the daily. Okay, XES, the oil and gas exploration, trending along a bullish 21-day moving average. Energy is above the 21-day, bounced early in the week. On Monday, we bounced right at the 21-day. Got a nice reversal on healthcare at the lows. We got a double bottom on consumer discretionary. Watch retail. Retail, potential double bottom. Technology, building a base down here. Technology, building a base. Similar to the thoughts on the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq. We need to see a push higher off of this base, previous lows, and with the number of stocks trading above their 50-day at the lowest level we've seen since September, we would expect to see institutions picking up shares. So nibble away. Nibble away. All right. Before the close, I'll probably add to my position in SPHD. Pays out dividends on Monday. All right. So I've had this for a while. And looking to add to it and shares. All right. Robinhood. Nice follow through. Okay, so bases everywhere. All right, as the index comes off of a oversold condition where the number of stocks trading above the 50-day has reached an extreme, I'll probably add to SPHD, my position here. This pays monthly. I'll add to this one. You can see this volume by price band over here. You can see the 50-day there. It's a low volatility dividend paying ETF, SPHD. Okay, it has a decent annual return of about 11%, probably a bit higher given the dividends as well. It's got an expense ratio of 30 cents or $30 per year on $10,000 in holdings. So that's pretty cheap. That's pretty cheap. It's got a dividend yield of 3.86%. And you can see the names that populate this ETF. Okay, some very well-known names. A good time to add to that or start it if you're just beginning to build a portfolio for retirement. Let these dividends roll back into shares. Okay, reinvest your dividends in shares. You don't need the money when you're young. You don't need the money, so let it reinvest. Let the power of compounding make your life a lot easier when you're in your 50s and 60s, when you start to think about retiring. All right, so these are things to consider. These stocks or these ETFs are something to consider. All right, there's 13 names here, all worth a gander. So just take a screenshot of this. I'll leave it up for another second or two. Robinhood looks like it's going to break out. Hood's about to break out. All right, so that looks good. So it's taken a week of patience I trust most of you that are still hanging out in the trading room who haven't jumped out your office window. Luckily, my office window is only on the second floor above the garage. So if I did jump out the window, I'd hit my car, put a big dent in the hood. If I jump to the left, I'll hit my wife's car. Maybe I should jump in her direction. I don't know what happened, honey. Must have been a big bird fell out of the sky. I'm feeling a lot better today. Thank you for the well wishes yesterday. I was feeling under the weather. Still got a cough, a lingering cough. But nothing major, just probably a cold. All right, this looks a lot better now. Okay, looks a lot better. Spiders. Okay, so the level to beat is that high that we saw post-Fed. We hit that high right there at 444. It was 44.53 on the S&P 500, so we're on our way. As we push higher, more and more bears are squaring at their screens, closing their positions. They did well. They did well. All of you who are trading puts,
Extreme high tip alert.
all right, those calls on Hood doing very well, up over 80%.
It's 12 o'clock. All right. Robinhood doing well. Robinhood still going.
All right, SPY's still going. Do. All right, Robinhood is ripping higher. Holy smokes.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, so we're still pushing higher. Still going. Still going. All right, the target to beat is the post-Fed high at 444.04 on the SPY, 44.53, 83, I believe, on the S&P 500. That's the level we got to get above. We need if we close above the 200-day, that would make everybody, that would force everyone to reevaluate, reassess, which you should do anyway. It's always good to take notes. I need to update my journal. Some of the things, some of the observations we had this week as they play out, so that when I refer back in the future, I'll know exactly what I was thinking at the time. For the most part, I have a pretty good memory. When you're plugged into the matrix as much as we are, you tend to flow with the markets. Our extreme high techs, we're doing very well here. All right, so Robinhood's got price target adjustments right.
High took alert plus 800.
Excuse me. All right. All right. All right, so we're coming back in a little bit. All right, we still got to get above the 200 day. Still need to get above the 200 day. Boy, it's been taking a lot of patience this week, eh? A lot of patience. All right, looking for a higher low now. The next level is the 200 day. 200 day, we need to get above. Need to get above. Let's see. What else can I tell you? All right, these need to start turning inward. These two signals need to turn inward. When they do, when these converge, that's bullish. Okay, when these converge, that's bullish. This is the 60-minute time frame. Yeah, this is 60-minute. I have a daily one too. Daily. Daily. All right, these need to turn in. You can see the faster signals are turning inward. See that? The faster signals are turning inward. I get her name, Joanne something on stock charts. This is her chart. This is her idea.
Hi, took alert plus 800.
All right. All right, so these are turning inward. These are turning inward. You see the fast signal starting to cross over. You buy when these things are squeezing. Okay. Looking good. You don't see what I'm looking at. Sorry. I'm talking to myself. All right, so let's take a look at the S&P. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. S&P. Okay. S&P, where are you? Daily. All right, there's a daily. All right, so when these start to turn inward and converge, when these start to squeeze, you can see the signal is starting to cross over. That's when you buy. It's just one of over 25 signals I use. The more, the merrier, obviously. All right. So we're still in the early innings. We're in the top of the first inning. Still potential for the opposing team to win. Got to get above the 200 day. So the last 4 trading days, we hit the highs of the day and then faded from the highs. So that's still a potential outcome for today. All right. So take profits where you can, when you have them, and we're looking for more stocks to. All right. So Bed Bath and Beyond trading, it just hit 16 a few minutes ago. It just hit 16, up 15% on the day. It's backing off a little bit from the highs, but it's been making higher highs and higher lows. That's Bed Bath and Beyond. All right, Apple at the highs, trying to get back above 170. Trying to get back above 170. All right, that looks good. All right, so that's fine. Bed Bath and Beyond. That's a big day on Bed Bath and Beyond. All right, so I was looking for this candle on Wednesday. I'm looking for this candle on Wednesday. Finally getting it 2 days later. Let's see, retail. Let's see, do I have a Best Buy? in here? All right, I didn't mark it up, but all right, let's see, Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's see what they have. BBBY. On a buy signal on the 30, 60, and daily. All right, so, all right, it's trying to turn the corner. All righty. Tesla, just off the highs of the session. All right, so this is not going to be a moonshot back up to the highs. We're going to have to see some backing and filling, a decent rally. The only issue I have is that all this week, Tuesday through Thursday, and again, today is possible that we see them sell the highs. So be very stingy with your profits. Be very stingy with your profits. Zim integrated holding up fairly well. It's up 4% on the day. Zim, we wrote about that in the morning blog post. Schlumberger, nice follow through. Schlumberger, SLB. Retail. I'm not expecting this to be any different than the last 4 trading days. All right, we need to see buyers continue to come in. It would be a good time. It would be a good time. It would be good timing given the number of stocks trading above their 50-day is at such a low level. Right where you would expect institutions to come in. And we're starting to see confirmation on tick cumulative on the 30-minute time frame. So I'd like to see that carry over into the 60-minute time frame and then eventually into the 4-hour chart, indicating institutions have been confirmed to be buying more on the uptick than they're selling on the downtick. All right, it's a very good indicator, tick cumulative. It's not making new lows, it's flattened out and crossed over. So that's a good sign. Not expecting a moonshot, not expecting us to go zipping right back up to the highs. It's going to take a while. Higher highs and higher lows. All right, we had some profit taking right there. So do we hold and push higher, or do we do what we did last week, which is to confuse the most? Right now, I'm looking for a higher low, looking for VIX to roll over, a lower high. And then we can go from there. All right. So we've been below the 200-day for 5 days. In the past, we've seen VIX stay bid for at least 7 trading days before falling off on day 7 or day 8. So that's still a possibility that we have to consider. So if you're scaling in, that's the rule of thumb. You scale in. Do not just go balls to the wall, put everything on red and hope for the best. This is a game of attrition, and we need to see confirmation. So far, it looks pretty good. But it's only 2-to-1 up volume on the Nasdaq, 1-to-1 on the NYSE. So looking for more confirmation on the NYSE. And looking at sectors, currently we have 50-50. About 55% are green, 45% are red. We'd like to see that USO went slightly red to flat. Okay, so semiconductors are flat. Number one sector is technology. So what is Microsoft doing? Microsoft, the first thing I would think, or Microsoft. All right, so this is what we talked about over this week as the S&P trades below the 200-day. Best case scenario is we base here. All right, so look at some of the stocks that make up the weighting of the S&P 500. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, JP Morgan, Berkshire Hathaway, Nvidia. Look at those stocks and see what they're doing. They're basing. Okay, they're not bouncing. They're not going straight up, back up to the highs. They're not moving lower. They're just basing. Where are they basing? In this case, Microsoft is basing at this volume by price area and the 200-day, while some are expecting a quick shot back above the 21-day. That's entirely possible. But I'm thinking this base is going to take a little while longer, frustrate a few more people. And as Warren Buffett would say and Charlie Munger, you got to be patient, right? You got to be patient. Lloyd Austin and Mark Milley, speaking at 1 p.m. at a presser. Okay. That's my father's first name, middle name, Lloyd. Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. They have a presser at 1 p.m., so be aware of it. General Mark Milley.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, so be aware of it. All right, so VIX is scooting higher again. If you were thinking about puts, that's the area to take the puts, right where we hit that high, okay? Like Paolo did yesterday. Paolo traded puts from the highs. So if there's anything that, at this point that could get VIX back up to the highs is some negative news on Ukraine. Bloomberg's talking about February attack in Ukraine. Thank you, David. All right, so right now it looks like a higher low. Looks like VIX is going to roll over here. All right. Okay. So we're looking for bases, okay? And in the current environment, probably not the best to take big positions. I would take low volatility ETFs as well over getting too exposed right now. I'm still in the mindset that I'm looking to take profits off into strength and reduce my exposure. I want to focus on a few sectors.
Welcome back. I'm Rahel Solomon, and here is our CNBC News update at this hour. The Biden administration is reportedly considering targeted sanctions against Russia if it attacks Ukraine. The Wall Street Journal reports that the White House plan will target Russian banks, state companies, and key imports. At New York St. Patrick's Cathedral, a funeral was held for a police officer shot and killed in the line of duty last week. Officer Jason Rivera died while responding to a domestic disturbance call. Fellow officer Wilbert Mora also was shot and later died. His services will be held next week. Pennsylvania's mail-in voting law has been found unconstitutional by a state court. Republican lawmakers filed the challenge, which was heard by a Republican-led panel of judges. Democratic governor will now likely appeal to the state's.
Okay, no follow through on this high or low yet on SPY.
Willow the cat already making herself comfortable in this picture here.
Ha ha ha.
Met the 2-year-old Tabby during the 2020 election. At a campaign event, Willow jumped on the stage and interrupted her remarks. Apparently, Scott named after the First Lady's hometown of Willow Grove, PA. I'll send it back to you.
Oh boy. Look over here, shiny object.
Committee's making a lot of moves. We're going to begin with Carrie here, who bought more Netflix. You guys, what, you've been talking with Ackman? What's going on here, Carrie?
Oh, definitely.
God, he's so obnoxious.
We've owned the stock not that long, but we added to it. And I'll tell you a couple of key points. During the pandemic, and the stock is selling for the same price as it was before the pandemic, they added over 80 million subscribers. If you take those 80 million and you say they pay about 130 a year, that's over $10 billion of incremental revenue they have. They haven't lost that revenue because the pandemic is ending. They still have it. 10 billion is about what they spend on content. So accelerated adoption of Netflix for sure. And the stock may have gotten too high, but it's come down to about 27 or less times next year's earnings. And we think this is a very attractive entry point.
Okay, I should note you also bought more of Booking Holdings. Amy, you have a new buy, and Josh Brown, pay close attention here because Amy's buying Berkshire Hathaway. Amy?
Yep. We think this is a defensive play with a mix of businesses that are well suited to the macro environment that we're heading into or that we're in. And
Yeah, Berkshire could come back down to the 50-day first. So watch how these wicks play out. Berkshire, it's still another stock that we're watching for a base. Nvidia, another one, a base. That's what I'm looking for, a base. Visa, taking off to the upside. What's MasterCard doing? MasterCard also taking off to the upside. Synchrony Financial. Capital One Finance. What's Square doing? Square going the way of Bitcoin. Square. All right, watching SPY here. Goldman, GS Goldman. All right, so this is basing as well. So we got a lot of bases working out. So that could last into next week.
What do you do if your Steve Weiss and one of your stocks has gotten absolutely obliterated this week?
Well, they're beating up on,
London, and he's going to tell us next.
Some people, I don't think that's right, personally, to do it on public television to make him look like a schmuck or whatever. I don't think that's right. You may disagree with Steve Weiss. I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing for CNBC to be doing. Like they're the all-knowing Wizard of Oz, right? Scott Wapner. I don't really follow Steve Weiss's advice either, but I don't think that's right. That's not right. Sorry. I think you can learn something from everyone, just like Galileo said, right? Galileo basically said, paraphrasing, that I've never met a man / woman that I couldn't learn something from. That's always the case. You don't know everything. I don't know everything. I don't pretend to know everything. I just think that was a really obnoxious thing for them to say. Anyway, it's not about what CNBC has to say. I just like to hear what these people are trading and take a look at what they're doing, analyze their positioning, talk in their book, whatever. Curling. I always wanted to do curling. That looks like a fun sport. You guys, anybody do curling in the room? Any of you Canadians do curling? I know that's probably a obnoxious comment that only Canadians know how to play hockey and curling, right? I had never heard of curling until I went skiing in Vermont. What, about 20, not Vermont, in Canada about 20 years ago? Red Mountain and Fernie and British Columbia, Alberta, and Whistler, Blackcomb. I'd never heard of curling before that. Anybody play curling? Anybody do that? It's kind of like, well, there's really nothing like it. Anyway, I'm going to see what kind of obnoxious comments they have to say. He's probably going to be talking about Moderna, right? Moderna. It would be so funny to see Moderna like pop and like shoot up 15, 20% over the next few weeks. All right, Smile Direct at the high of the day. Smile Direct continues to push higher. That's up 10% on the day.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, low tick alert. All right, so we're going to come back in a little bit. Looks like VIX is popping up to a afternoon high.
All right, take a look at shares of Teradyne. There they are, down more than 22% this week. Steve Weiss ran all the way across the pond. He was trying to avoid having to deal with this one, but we have tracked him down, and he is on the phone to tell us, what did you do with this position, Steve Weiss?
So I'm actually at a construction site in London, Scott. Nice of you to point out. I had to come far to get away. So what I did is I sold the remainder of it. I took a look at the stock, and I thought that this was way too big. They took numbers down for this year from about 630, 640 to 480. So just because the shares have corrected doesn't mean they've gotten any cheaper. As a matter of fact, they did a deep raise every quarter. And when you miss this much, you actually deserve a PE discount. So I think the stock's still overvalued. So I shorted some this morning. I'll probably short a little more. I think maybe the market can bounce, maybe Monday, maybe not. But regardless, I just think at this point, the stock's on 20% of their earnings come from Apple. And when you see how Apple did, you wonder how could they miss? That's because Apple's reusing equipment. So I also believe there's going to be some double ordering in the semis. And so I'm going to be a little more cautious on the semis. I think that's reflected. How's that A versus the Qs? So I'm just staying with the big SIM stocks. I want some more Facebook below 300. So that's my positioning.
All right, Steve, I got to run. I'm so jammed. Enjoy London. We'll talk to you soon when you get back to the inside. That's Steve Weiss joining us on that trade update. Doc's got unusual activity next.
Low took a minus 800.
All right, we're coming back in a little bit. VIX is pushing higher. All right, so we're still seeing lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. Okay, no follow through yet. Tick cumulative is green, but only briefly on the 30-minute. So we're watching that. Let's look at sectors. Sectors are about 50-50 still, 50-50. Actually, it's about 55% red right now, 45% green. Tech still leading the day. Tech growth stocks being bought up, at least short term. Moderna's up 5.78%. Moderna. Team Atlassian's up 9%. Apple's up 5.6%. Peloton is up 4.8%. Vertex Pharmaceuticals up 5%. Dexcom is up 5%. Charter Communications up nearly 5%. CrowdStrike, another strong day for CrowdStrike, that's pushing higher. DocuSign, Zoom, all of these green on the day. Melli, Mercado Libre, Fox, Fox A, Workday, Adobe, Cadence Design, Okta, Telecom. All right, so all of those look good. PayPal's up another 1.8%, 1.9%. Okay, so we had resistance and support along this line right here, 433.50. Still looking for a higher low or a lower low at this point. VIX is at the highs. And with that, I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
You get with this one, Scott. I love that I get almost 5 months out into the future for the trade. So that's the first one. Second one, Data Dog was 198 bucks, traded down into the 120s today. And while it did that, we noticed huge buying of the June 140 calls. Stock has already come back from 122, I think, on the lows, Scott, to about 134. I like the upside. I'm holding on to that one and selling upside calls against it.
All right, Doc, good stuff. Thank you. Final trades coming up next. All right, quick before final trades, Amy. I'm mad that I didn't think of this myself, but someone texted me and said, how can Amy be buying Berkshire and be negative Apple when Apple is Berkshire's #1 position? That doesn't make sense to me. Well, it doesn't make sense to them. And now that I think about it, it doesn't make sense to me either.
Well, I think Berkshire has a lot of positions. I think, Apple is certainly a big position for them, but they also own a lot of businesses that I think are very well suited in this macroeconomic environment. Berkshire is also much cheaper than Apple, so you're sort of getting at Apple for a little bit of a discount through Berkshire. So I think, Berkshire, the entire market cap is $650 billion versus Apple at $2.6 billion. So I just think there's, from a stock perspective, there's more runway there.
Okay, give me a quick name for a final trade, and that's all.
Right. Cadence.
I gotta go.
Cadence. KAI.
Okay, Carrie, just a name.
American Express.
Josh?
AOS. Quaidar.
Thank you very much, Scott. Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly Evans, and the whole world is wondering whether this reversal closed today.
Whole world? Really?
We're now positive. The Nasdaq higher right now, but it's still on pace for its worst month since October of 2008. We'll look at takeaways from tech earnings and see how next week's results impact the market. Plus, biotech has been a horrible bet lately. The XBI and the IBB, they're both down about 20% this year. We'll look at why and which names our analyst says should be a buy. Plus, 3 buys and a bail. After all these wild swings, our trader has 3 stocks to buy right now and 1 to bail on. That's coming up. When we begin with today's markets, down 2 at the numbers. I just realized I'm sort of keeping with the cruise theme here.
Yes, I like it though. I'm a fan of this. I am a fan of it. We just need a hat for Kelly, and then it'll be all set. But as she's captaining her ship, as she's working her way to the con, so to speak, to the bridge, let's see what's happening with the markets. Kelly mentioned this notion that the markets were lower at one point today, but as you can see here, we're modestly higher. It's nothing to write home about, but it's still important because it extends the theme of volatility. Big up days that then reverse, big down days that reverse to the upside. The Dow Industrial was up 43 points, 0.1%. The S&P 43.
We're looking for a higher low.
Up 35 points.
Looking for a higher low.
1%. And the Nasdaq Composite is the outperformer today. It's up nearly 1.5%, 185 points higher, 13,537 the last trade there. We're going to take the next couple of screens and go through the market barbell from the market cap perspective. We'll start on the small cap side of things. This particular ETF, the ticker IWM, is the iShares ETF that tracks the Russell 2000 Small Cap Index. This is a 1-year chart. Over the last year, this trade for small cap stocks has been pretty range bound, both on the high and the low side of things. And then just in the last few weeks, we've seen a precipitous move to the downside. We are now down roughly 22% from the highs that we saw this past fall. So what some traders call bear market territory. This is still weaker on the day. We'll see if that small cap trade is one to watch. Now let's take a look at the other side of the spectrum.
I took a look
The
at
mega cap
800.
names, the ones that really drive the direction and magnitude of the markets overall, not just with the S&P, but the Nasdaq as well.
All right, nice higher low. SPY, higher low.
Tesla, all up around 1 to even 6% for Apple on the heels of earnings. That's
Probably.
a lot of the reason for the optimism today, both in the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. But that big tech theme has come under a lot of debate over the last couple of weeks here with regard to a rising rate environment and how these do, Kelly. We'll see if that holds into the closing bell today. I'll send these back.
And there's the green that is helping the market today, don't they? My next guests have several ideas for investors on how to position right now. And they both like NVIDIA here. Joining me now are Ava Otto's Chief Operating Officer and Chief Investment Strategist at ER Shares, and Jay Pestrichelli, CEO and Portfolio Manager at Zega Financial. Welcome to you both. Ava, I'll start with you. Overall advice on the market here? Slow and steady, what do we mean by that?
Yes, slow and steady, good PEs, modest PEs, good cash flow generation, cash-rich companies that do not need refinancing. And so you can't categorically say we like one sector over the other. I think it's a more of a bottom-up approach instead of a top-down.
and you need to go company by company and case by case and really look at their financial shelves, their balance sheet, their growth, and their valuations. All right, you're saying you expect a volatile.
You hear that, Anton? You need to look at valuations.
Dropping appreciably, so you like these slow and steady performers. Boring wins in a market like this. Jay, what about you? You're hedging with options?
Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. We still believe the best bet for growth is in the stock market. We think it's a mistake to be in cash right now. I think the market's probably closer to the bottom than it is to the top. We don't think diversification into bonds is a way to be protected. So we hedge with options, and we use options on the option side of the house.
Hey, Anton, guess what? You need to look at valuations, dude.
But also to help us determine stocks to purchase. You mentioned NVIDIA a minute ago. We have clients that hold NVIDIA.
I'm sorry, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
Technicals look pretty strong on it. Looks like it's forming a bottom here, getting out of the oversold territory. But really, the thing for us is when you can put on protection and still capture the upside.
All right, I can't listen to this anymore.
You can actually generate a little income.
I can't listen to this. Sorry. These
You have
guys.
to look at stocks like
I don't have to look at anything. Yeah, right. All right, let me go grab my lunch. I'll be right back.
Hi, took alert plus 800.
Extreme high tick.
High took alert plus 800. Extreme high took alert.
All right, we're starting to oscillate around the 240E. That's the 20 EMA on the 60-minute time frame. SPY, 20 EMA, 60-minute. All right, so looks like a higher low on the 60-minute. Looks like a triangle pattern. Okay, but we have a higher low for now. $60-minute for now. All right. Keep an eye on this for a few. We'll look at this later. Looking for a higher high. So we have that post-Fed spike that we hit right there, 444, 44.53, 83 on the S&P 500, 444 on the SPY. So we need to get above 437.55 now. That's the high today. And head towards 444. We need to get above the 200-day. There's a lot of things that we need to do at this point. So still developing. A base under the 200-day. All right. MACD is turning. You can see histogram is starting to turn as a function of price. So that applies to the 60-minute. MACD is turning. Prices are moving higher. Maybe we have a shot. I'm thinking next week we could get a follow through and a close above the 200-day. Next week. A lot of stocks are basing very similarly, like Microsoft basing above the 200-day. Nvidia, what's Apple doing? Apple. Next week we got Google earnings. Apple's at the high of the day, just below the high of the day, a couple of pennies below. Tesla, same thing. I'm looking for a follow through end of day. Be very telling if institutions show up after 2 o'clock and start buying. The key for me, aside from VIX dropping off, the key for me is gamma, what institutions will be doing. We had all of that put short dated event risk type of puts protection coming into this week. That event's behind us. We know that the Fed's going to raise rates probably as early as March. They pretty much said that. I think that's exactly what they said, actually. You got Bank of America looking for 7 rate hikes. I think Jamie Dimon said he was looking for 5 or 6. And the consensus, I guess the average is about 4. Economy is still looking good. Industrial production is still trending. It's not near recent highs that we saw several years ago. The number of stocks trading above their 50-day is in an extreme. So that's nice to hear that. But if, in fact, the S&P 500 number of stocks trading below their 50-day is an extreme, then we need to confirm that they are buying. So we're very, very interested in what Tick Cumulative is saying. It's green. It's a double bottom. It's flattened. It's turning on the 30-minute. Eventually, that'll affect the 60-minute. And once the 60-minute starts to get in line with the shorter term, shorter time frames, then we'll look for the 4-hour chart, which is what I use for trending the 60-minute and the 4-hour chart for trending analysis. Once those extremes are pretty much confirmed, maybe we get back above the 200-day. So that's the next level. 200-day, got to get above that. In the past, it's taken at least 4 weeks, at least the most recent past in September, that low below the 50-day. It took 4 weeks before we got back above. And similarly, the number of stocks trading above or below their 50-day hit extremes. Watching VIX here, VIX is starting to turn up again. So we've seen VIX stay elevated back in September as well for 7 trading days before drifting lower. So there's no guarantee that we haven't seen the worst in VIX volatility. So there's a lot of cross channels, a lot of things happening right now. So basically what that's telling me is be patient. You don't have to buy today. You might think that you're buying, you're getting an opportunity. I'm sticking with low volatility type of positions. I'm leaning towards ETFs, just some small entries or additions in ETFs, not really doing much. Next week, we should get a better read on the market. And then, of course, February starts. And then 3 weeks into February, the 18th is the next major options expiration. Stocks are chopping sideways over the last few hours. As you can see on the 60-minute, we're just tightening up. Price actions tightening up along the 20 EMA, that green line, 20 EMA on the 60-minute. When we want to see price action above the 20 EMA and produce a higher high now. A higher high would take out this high right here that was set when the Fed reported. And we hit that high and then reversed. So we're looking for a push back above that, an ascending channel on the 60-minute, and we want to stay above the 20 EMA. Then we can look at the 200-day on the daily. VIX is still being a pest, okay? So not much to report here on my end. All right. All right. Okay, so VWAP is coming up towards price. We're right at the 240E, that gold colored dotted line. VWAP is the purple dotted line coming up towards price. I'd like to see us pull away from VWAP. That'll get that MACD indicator headed towards zero a little bit faster. Looking for momentum that has shifted from the bears as of the lows that we've seen recently. MACD is turning. A lot of indicators are starting to show signs of a reversal. Just got to keep an eye. Just got to keep an eye on tick cumulative. All right. All right, VIX just chopping around.
Low tick alert -800.
Low tick. All right, so we could come back to VWAP. This is that red line is where we've bounced and got rejected several times in the last 4 trading days. Support from above, resistance from below. VIX is moving higher. More of this choppy action, not giving you much to go on. Zim integrated, trying to get back up to the highs. A break above 65 we're looking for on Zim.
High tick alert +800.
All right, so what are we going to do here, VIX? All right, VIX is dropping pretty hard here. VIX is dropping pretty hard. All right, let's get a new low on VIX. We really need to see VIX below 28. 28 would be a comforting level.
Extreme high tick alert.
The Ukraine accuses U.S. of hurting the economy by sowing panic over war. Okay, so that's the Ukrainian president talking. All right, so as usual, getting in people's business. I wish we were more concerned about our borders. Just saying. Always meddling in other people's business. Iran nuclear talks. Okay.
Extreme high tick alert.
All right, VIX gapping down. All right, let me go grab the rest of my lunch. I'll be right back. All right. VIX showing a bear flag. VIX is showing a bear flag. SPY. Come on, can we get a run here? Can we get a run? Let VIX drop off here. We get VIX to drop off. That's that would indicate that we'll see those puts being monetized. That'll help create a tailwind. We've been looking for that tailwind since Wednesday. We thought it might happen after the Fed. Didn't happen. Didn't happen on Thursday. Instead, we continue to base.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, VIX starting to move off the lows again. Wow, this is really choppy mess here. All right, VIX needs to drop off. All right, this is just chop, pretty much what we should have expected this week. I keep talking about the base. It's all about the base, right? Either they were going to push this lower and continue lower after that Monday low, or they're going to base this. This was drawn in on Monday completely. That was before the Monday bounce, by the way. Once we got down to the low, that gave me the low. The 200-day gave me the high, and I drew in a mean, and that's all I've been waiting for. I'm just waiting for this to create a resolution so we can trade off of it. If it moves lower, risk off, more hedges. If it moves higher, take the hedges off, start looking at adding to positions. So far, the only thing that I've been adding across multiple accounts is SPHD. You guys all know that by now. The high dividend, low yield, low volatility ETF have been adding to this. Looks like it did a good job of adding at the right place so far. We'll see by the close and on Monday. But this low, Monday dividend is paid out, more shares, and looking for the bounce. Okay, so we'll see. Over time, investing in the stock market, averaging will do fine, even if you're just doing a passive type of investment strategy. Okay, so if you're not into day trading and you're just looking for areas to add to positions, and looking for what eventually is going to be a move higher, the Bank of America yield spread shows no signs that the bond market thinks there will be default anytime soon. Any defaults? Last time we had defaults were, what was it, that back in 2015 when the dollar was, or the crude oil was coming in, and we had defaults in some of the small cap energy names. So the thoughts this week were one of Charlie Munger's quotes: "You don't make money when you buy, and you don't make money when you sell. You make money when you wait." So his comments, well respected. We've been patient this week. I told you I'd probably add to SPHD on Friday. I did do that. If we start to close a bit stronger, Monday I'll probably add again. Probably add again. Okay, so with SPHD, my thinking is pretty much that over time, if you're averaging in the long run, the markets are going to be moving higher. Okay, so even if you were averaging in before COVID and after COVID on a quarterly basis, you know, you're still doing fine. The markets are moving higher. And every time you get a dividend, if you're rolling them back into shares, reinvestment, the compounding is just going to work in your favor. So I'll stick with that plan. No changes there. Just need VIX and need to get out of this base that we're forming. We could continue this until next week. The VIX could stay high. VIX could stay persistent. Just watching for that to roll over. All right, let's see. This time of day, we're coming into the 2 o'clock hour. What's showing strength? All right, NiSource. I see, who was it that was, somebody just mentioned NiSource on Bloomberg. What is Ackman? I believe Ackman was talking about this one. NiSource breaking higher. It's showing above average volume. Love when I see this kind of thing. I love when I see multiple days of buying. Don't chase it up here. Wait for little dips. But NiSource, somebody mentioned that. I think it was Ackman or a fund that was buying it. Let's see, NiSource. Let me see what the news is on this one. News. CEO Hamrock to retire, Yates to take charge. On the 26th, that was on Wednesday, NiSource raised its dividend by 7% to 23 cents per share. All right, NiSource is a holding company. provides natural gas and electricity services to 3.7 million customers in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Kentucky, Maryland, and Massachusetts. NiSource. Other stocks in the group. Let's look at some of the stocks in the group. Its competitors. Let's see. Exelon Itci is one of its competitors. That's in a flat base. So does this pop? NGG. NGG is another name in this group. National Grid. NGG. That one's in a base, looking for a push higher. PCG, that's California, right? PCG is California. Generation and distribution of electricity and natural gas in Northern and Central California. Okay, that's a $12 stock. Flat base. Does it continue higher? What's the weather been like for you guys out in California? Has it been mild? Has it been cold? I just remember January's in boot camp in San Diego. Cold as hell. All right, VIX is dropping off here. VIX is dropping off. All right, so we're just looking at electric utility and natural gas distribution, these companies. EXC. That one looks pretty good, actually, for a $50 stock. Volume looks good. MACD's turning. Histogram's about to cross zero, probably by midweek. Tuesday, Wednesday at the earliest. Stochastic is turning higher to look, telling you by design to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. Okay, so whenever I say look for closes in the upper half of the daily range, what I'm literally talking about is look at your ABCD patterns during the day. So you want to see that confirming pattern when stochastics is turning up. You want to see a confirming pattern of closes in the upper half of the daily range. So if you miss the morning run, you don't want to chase it. What you want to do is wait until afternoon, around 1 or 2 o'clock, we start to look for a higher low in that B and C pivot when stochastics is turning higher. You want to flip that thought when stochastics is moving lower. So it's all about entry and trends. Right now, the trend in this one is a slightly descending channel. A breakout above 57.50 would be a break of this channel. Looking for a breakout above 58. And then you'd have about a 3 to 3.5 point, let's say 3 points up to about 61, 62 for your next target. That happens to line up with the upper bands are at 59.70, so say 60 to 61. Next level. All right. And that's based on what we're seeing with NiSource. Okay. NiSource pushing higher. All right, so there's a few names that look good. All right, so SPY is starting to move higher. S&P is starting to move higher. Let's see if we can't get an end of day run. VIX is dropping off.
High tick alert plus 800.
And there's your high tick. All right, looking for a push higher. All right, looks like we might get something going here. It's we're approaching 2 o'clock. You know how I love to watch for developing trends at 2 o'clock. CF is fine. CF is fine. Try not to look at it every every 2 minutes. CF is fine. All right, so you're doing well. All right, so the Nasdaq, we've got about 70% are green. Actually, 80% are green now. Nasdaq 100. Alrighty. Smile Direct at the high of the day. It's up almost 10%. Was up 10% at around 12.15 and came in just a hair. It's a couple of pennies off the high. Literally 2 pennies off the high. Smile Direct. Need VIX to drop off. Be a good soldier and just drop off here. Retreat.
Low ticker at minus 800.
All right, do they take profits? Are they going to take profits? It's a very good possibility. All right, so very, very distinct possibility they'll take profits. I would love to see this move higher. I want to see a higher low now. That's what they've been doing. Take profits at the highs. Tesla came back from the high of the day. It's down $1.63 right now. All right. We had a pivot low at 434.20. I see Vanter is looking for 43.45 on the ES. Yeah, I could see that too. VIX is still in the descending channel on the 1-minute chart. VIX is still a descending channel on the 1-minute. VIX. Still a descending channel on this 1-minute. Needs to get below 28.98. Like to see a close down here in the 28s. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Yet. Nasdaq 100. It's growing a list of a few more stocks that are going bearish or going red on the day. Netflix is off the most. It's off almost $12 here. Netflix back into its range, lower by 3%. Netflix, Micron, 2.5%. Intel, 2.5%. Intel, no follow through.
Extreme low tick alert. Low ticker minus 800.
All right, VIX trying to make a new high here on the 1 minute chart. It's in this descending pattern for now. Descending. Let's see. I had a chart that I saved. VIX. All right, that's that channel from over there. We broke out of that channel, moving sideways to slightly lower right now. Descending channel on the 1 minute VIX chart. Needs to drop back down into this range. So if VIX were to start to drive higher into the last hour or so, that would indicate that we have to wait another day, most likely. Not a bad day though. We're up 3.5. We've had days where we gave back everything that we gained and then some.
Low ticker minus 800. Extreme low ticker.
Okay. Let's see what they're going to do. All right, so we're going to break out of here. All right, so we're going to have to wait another day, it looks like. They're selling presently.
And good competitive positions. And aside from that, be choosy about the sectors and be choosy about the growth prospects of the things that you're buying.
Hi, Liz. It's always great to catch up with you. Have a wonderful weekend, Liz.
Natural gas futures continue to move higher. They're up 20% on the day.
Low ticker minus 800.
All right, there's a distinct possibility we'll have to wait until next week for this base to continue.
Extreme low.
We're below the 200 day, so it is what it is. Dexcom is at the highs. DXCM, Dexcom. Delta X-ray, Charlie Michael. Apple, just off the highs of the session. Vertex Pharmaceuticals, just off the highs of the session. Charter Communications, ditto. It's up 4.3%, $24.48. Charter Communications, the broadcasting and entertainment stocks seeing a decent bid today. Peloton pulling back from the highs. Peloton. Fox. What's going on with Fox? Got to see these wicks down at the lows. Moderna up 3.5%, 3.8%. Workday, it's up $7 and change. Workday plus 3%. DocuSign up 2.8%, $3.13 at VWAP. Fiserv, just off the highs of the day. Fiserv's up 2.66%, up $2.67. Trip.com, just off the highs. TCOM. Zoom up 2.5% today. And Adobe up 2.6%, $12.83. CrowdStrike higher, drifting lower at the moment. Okta. All right, so we got the breakout on VIX. VIX is going to be persistent, looks like, for another couple of days. No reprieve. Futures coming back in. All right, let's look at SPY. All right, still pulling back. I imagine a lot of people thinking the same thing. Another day of them selling the highs. We'll see. All right, so holding on the VWAP, let's see what the volume looks like. Volume picked up on that sell-off there. Boy.
Low tick alert -800.
Just watch the volume as we trade right at VWAP. The lows of the day right here at 427.82. Feeling more and more uncomfortable as they sell this. 2 o'clock hour, they're selling. So there's your answer. There's your answer for now. All right, so do I add to my hedges again? Let's see what they do right here. Let's see what they do. We're just below VWAP.
Low tick alert -800.
All right. I might add to my hedges for now. Keep things in line. We'll watch what VIX does here. VIX continues to push higher. That's bizarre. That is bizarre. Going into next week. At VWAP, do we bounce? Do we fail? Do we go back down to the lows? Do they have chalk up another day to selling at the highs, closing at the lows? We'll see. It's 225, 227. Tick. Cumulative. Briefly for most of the morning was green. Now we got a crossover potentially. Got 2-to-1 down volume on the NYSE. 2-to-1 down volume. All right, VIX really needs to haul ass and get down there to the lows. Let's see what this looks like on the daily now. Daily, daily, daily. All right, another doji. We had a doji, our spinning top, long-legged doji on Tuesday, another one today, Friday, still basing. Huge ranges intraday. We're still up $1.60 at the moment. Could give all that back. All right, we're on a sell signal on the 15-minute, 30-minute. The 15 and the 30 are still on sell signals, futures. Watching VIX closely here.
Low tick alert -800.
All right, VIX looks like it wants to move higher. I'm on the edge of adding to QID. Give it a few more minutes. All right, looks like we're going to fail. Looks like we're going to fail here. Let's see, QID. All right, we're breaking down.
Extreme low tick alert.
All right, I'm going to go add, I just added the QID just for the hell of it. All right. All right, QID. All right, I added to my hedges. All right, come on, let's bounce this furiously. I want to take these hedges off. I want to take them off. I want to see a real big drop in the VIX in the next half an hour. I want to see a big drop in the VIX. I'd like to see QID drop from this level. Most of my positions are longs, as you know. I'd be more than happy to be wrong here on my hedges. Snowing in Virginia? Yeah, it feels like snow outside. Feels like it could snow here. You know that feeling when the barometric pressure and the dampness in the air, you can feel it. You can feel it when it's about to snow. Feels like that right now. And the cloud, it's partly cloudy. Well, it's actually overcast overcast skies. Feels like it could snow here too. David, is it snowing in Jersey? Mondo, any of you? Is it snowing in Jersey? All right, so just assume a bear flag on the 5-minute SPY or the 3-minute SPY, whatever you're following. Just assume a bear flag for now. Shorts cover. If there's going to be an inflection and a push higher, it'll be more than just a bear flag. I'm just assuming bear flag. Flurries? Yeah, I figured as much. Flurries? You live out by Sparta, right? You still live out by Sparta? Maryland? Yeah. Okay, cool. To be very clear, I do not miss the snow. Don't eat the yellow snow. Don't eat the yellow snow. I do not miss the snow. Sam, I am. Man, we would get those up in the northwest corner where David and I live. I lived there. Sparta area. It would come over the mountain and dump on us. 4 feet of snow. I mean, on the ground. I did that a couple of times. 2 feet would be about average when a good snowfall. I have to clear the driveway to get out of the cars, get out of the garage, whatever. The pain in the butt. The older you get, the less you like doing that. The couple who bought our house in Sparta, I don't think the husband, I don't think he knows what a snow shovel is. You get somebody else to do it. Okay. Oh boy, there's nothing going on here. It looks like a bear flag to me. Looks like a bear flag SPY. Futures back to the point of control. Nope, it's below the point of control. We were, for the last hour and a half prior to that drop, we were above the point of control. I imagine the bears, as well as myself, the bears are assuming that this is going to be another day where we sell the highs back down to the lows. I was looking for an L-shaped recovery. And a base. 7 to 8 trading days. I don't think there's any hurry. 7 to 8 trading days is probably what it's going to take us. Let go of this You damn stock charts. All right. All right. 200-day. No follow through. Looks like a bear flag. We've been waiting for this this RSI to trigger. It still hasn't triggered. VIX is sitting here at the highs at 30.64. Minimum we needed this week, was a 28 reading on VIX after the Fed. No follow through. So it looks like another day of basing. This is productive. It just means that you have to be a little bit more patient. This whole week has been, if you've been thinking long, this whole week has pretty much been destroyed, except if you're day trading here and there. All right, looks like we're going to push back in a little bit more into the lower half of this candle. No. Huh, interesting. Stochastic. All right, we're starting to turn here. All right, so we got everybody bearish. We just got everybody bearish. Now we're going to start to move this in the opposite direction. That'd be interesting. Okay, so I just told you I added to my QID. I'm more than happy to lose on that hedge. I'm more than happy to lose. I'd like to get us back above VWAP and up to the highs. We got plenty of time to rally this if we do. All right, so bears just covered that short, looks like. I'm just assuming this was short covering. That's all on this little bounce. Just shorts covering for now. If it's more than that, we'll see VIX drop quickly. We'll see tick cumulative stay green. And we need to flip the buy signals on the futures. Still on the sell signal. EWZ is coming off the lows. EWZ. Extreme high tick. VIX is starting to lose it. Even if we do get back up to 437.55 or higher, I'll keep the QIDs over the weekend. I have a small position, only have 300 shares. So it doesn't move a lot. QID. All right, so won't be losing much, maybe 50 cents here or there. QID. All right, so this is day 22 from this bottom here. We had 10 days up, pull back, and then another 11 days higher. We're off the highs. This is still resistance over in here. Okay, the last pullback where the number of stocks trading above their 50-day dropped to below 30% was back here. So that's a good reference point. The same amount of stocks below the 50-day, same amount of stocks above the 50-day during this pullback that lasted 20 days. This run right here was 21 days, and we're showing signs of resistance, looking for this to drop back off. I'll even give it a point or so. If this pulls back to 1950, I'll even give it that. Looking for a SPY to continue higher, S&P to continue higher. Okay, so I'll keep the hedges for now. Most everything I have is long. So provided nothing happens over the weekend. There goes VIX. VIX is dropping off nicely.
Extreme high tech alert.
Extreme high tech. All right, VIX needs to drop off. We need to get that below 28. You people spell funny in Texas. You guys don't have spelling classes when you went to school? Just being a wise guy. All right, VIX. Okay, so let me see something here. Okay, so what are we dealing with right now? What are we dealing with? Class? What are we dealing with? 2022, we're going to be dealing with overvalued stocks. Well, a lot of them have pulled back over the last few weeks. We're dealing with high inflation and we're dealing with interest rate hikes. All right, so 2 of the 3 for now, we're still dealing with. We could debate whether or not we are, but that's what the consensus is, what we have to deal with this year. Overvalued stocks. Many of them have pulled back, but overvalued stock markets, high inflation, and interest rate hikes. So those are the things we got to deal with this year. We'll keep reminding ourselves going forward. We'll add 2 positions on dips, averaging on dividend paying ETFs. I'm going to keep some hedges on. Oh, this is looking really good now. This is looking really good. So what happened? You got the quick draw bears that managed this 20-minute, 25-minute drawdown. They got out. First bullish candle, a lot of shorts covering. Now we're starting to see a pop back up in the other direction. So they're chopping everybody up. But we're above VWAP, the dashed purple line here. We're above VWAP. That's good. I'm still thinking base until next week. I really doubt we get above the 200-day by the close. I think that would be a little far-fetched.
Extreme high tech alert.
All right. I'm assuming that this action that we're seeing today is just more of the same, so I don't get disappointed if we don't close at the high of the day. I'm just thinking this is more of the same. Basing action, we're not dropping off, so that's a good thing. We're not dropping off. You know, we had supposedly a peak in Omicron. Fauci saying as much that we shouldn't see more variants. The big caveat is what goes on in Ukraine over the next couple of weeks. Though the president of Ukraine's telling Biden to chill, stop hyping everything. So geopolitics, that's going to be the caveat. We know the economy's okay. We know people are taking jobs. Retail sales supposedly wasn't that great. Let's see, retail sales wasn't that great. Let's look at XRT. I was watching Bloomberg over lunch session. So this came back a little bit, XRT retail. All right, stocks like Walmart looked like it was going to bounce this morning. It did, but it's still at the base, a triple bottom. I like Walmart for a push back up to the highs, or at least the mean, the middle part of this range, the 50-day. Target, I like Target. I like to see this base play out. A lot of stocks, whether they're below the 9 and 21 day, 50-day, or they're above or in between, whether they're in that area, we still got a lot of work to do. All right, so this is still a base. Microsoft is still basing. So you're not missing anything if you don't buy today. If you want to put some money to work, look at SPHD. I like the look on this one. It's holding very well against the 50-day. This is the Invesco S&P 500 high dividend, low volatility ETF. I added to this today. My kids' accounts and my account. There goes VIX. VIX is dropping off. So I added to that. They pay dividends on Monday. So I'll have those reinvested in more shares. All right, so that looks good. All right, VIX. All right, a lower high. All right, so you can see that VIX lower high, right? Lower highs, lower lows. VIX is dropping off some more here. All right, so we want to see this below 28 by the close. Probably won't happen, but if we see a quick, sharp drop into the 28 handle, that would be welcome. As a tee shot, a little chip shot onto the green. If we get down below 29, that would be great. A new low would be good. So I'm watching VIX here. One thing I've learned in 35 years of investing and trading, you got to be patient. You got to be patient, especially right now. The markets are basing. We're below the 50-day, below the 200-day. We're below all the moving averages, really. And basing for this week, but we're not dropping off. So that's a good sign. And we're at extremes. The number of stocks trading above their 50-day have dropped to 28%. Could be less than that. Could be 25%. That would be even better. Even more reason for institutions to pick up shares. Yeah, Mikey, we're having fun. You didn't miss anything. Except for this hot mess. Patience, patience, patience. All right, let's go take a look at some multiples. Let's see what the multiples look like. Multiples. Multiples. Everybody wants to know what the market's going to do next. Who the hell knows what's going to happen next? Nobody does. All we can do is, look at our indicators and try to get the best edge we can. Buy when the markets show the institutions are starting to do the heavy lifting. I got a feeling that they're going to be doing the heavy lifting in the next week or so. Maybe not finishing this week profoundly bullish, but this base looks pretty good. All right, multiples. Let's see what the multiples look like. All right, so multiples off 10% for the quarter. All right, so the S&P 500 PE is off 9%. Okay, so you can see this has dropped to 24.67. So multiples are contracting still as stocks pull back. This is a setup for you millennials. All right, if you start investing right here on this trough, if you started today investing, that's about the same time I started investing back in 1987. We got that trough and then we got a quick reversal into 88 and 89. And the timing couldn't have been better. You can see it's barely a blip here at the S&P 500. That was a 33% drawdown in three business days. First day was 23%. 2 days later, we were down 33% in 3 days. You imagine that today? How people would be jumping out of their windows. Back then, though, you didn't have the internet to trade. You didn't have all the information we have now. We have as much information as institutions have at our disposal back in 1987. You had to call your broker. That was the problem with the 87 crash. No one was answering the phones. You couldn't get in to make a trade. We had multiple contraction, and then we started to move higher. All right, so Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm just looking at this from the perspective of we're basing this week, and I'm looking for more of the same next week, maybe. Okay, so this candle is fattening up now. A close at the high of the day would certainly feel a lot better. Be a nice way to close the week at the top of that candle. I'm not fond of closing the week just shy of a major moving average like the 200-day. As much as I'd like that, I don't like it either because there's just too much of a probability of getting rejected at 200-day. Like to see a nice bullish, like to see us close near the high of the day here, and then on Monday, Tuesday, see a push, a really strong push through the 200-day on higher volume. Lots of distribution days, but we're not taking out the Monday low. So that's a good sign so far. Day trades, not much going on today, except for Apple, added to my Apple position. Robinhood, that looks good. Grover traded that one off the low. Looks like, can we get an end of day run on Robinhood? That'd be nice. All right, they're really coming for it now. They're coming in for it right now. Look at this market. Market is really ripping here. Market is ripping back up. VIX is dropping really hard here, folks. VIX is dropping hard. Let me put VIX on the chart so I can watch both at the same time. And make this and make it what color? Orange is good. Orange is good. All right, so I want to put that behind price. All right, so VIX is moving away from price, moving down. That orange line is VIX moving away. S&P is moving in the opposite direction. All right. VIX is dropping pretty hard. All right, so we got these lows from this morning here and here. We need to get down below 28.50 would be good. 28.75 would be fine as well. All right, so the highs of the noon period was 437.55. We want to get above that. Nice reversals. Oh, that was a hell of a move, down and up. Dow Jones is up 0.5%, S&P is up 1%, and the Nasdaq's up 1.5%. Let's see what the Dow looks like. The Dow, D-O-W, Dow, not Dow, D-I-A, D-I-A. All right, nice base wicks underneath all these candles, still below the 200-day, so same idea there. Come on, let's close this above 437.55.
High took alert plus 800.
Still moving here. This is valid. This is still valid from the 2 o'clock period. We had a little sell-off and then a bounce. We're going into power hour. VIX is dropping off more. VIX is at 29.15, almost in the 28 handle. Looking for VIX to drop into the 28 handle.
It's 3 o'clock.
All right, VIX is dropping more. That's a good signal for SPY and S&P. Still moving higher.
Extreme high took alert.
VIX is dropping really hard in the 28 handle now. VIX is in the 28 handle. VIX is dropping into the 28 handle. It's 28.96, trying to get closed down there. I'm standing here trying to push it down, pushing it down with my hand. You ever do that watching a football game? You're like, get over there.
Extreme high took alert.
Come on, get above 437. Get VIX to close down here. New low would be great. Okay. What is Apple doing? What is Apple doing? Apple's doing fine. Bed Bath & Beyond having a pretty decent day today. It's up 12.8%. It was up 14 and change, 14% and more earlier this morning. It peaked out right around 12.15, and we're moving back up. It looks like an ABCD pattern. ABCD pattern on Bed Bath. Okay, so let's see, here's A, here's B. Do we get C and D on Best Buy, on Bed Bath & Beyond? All right, so I'm looking for this pattern. Looking for that pattern, ABCD pattern. Okay. Look for that to push higher. Come on, SPY, you can do this. Keep going. All right, watch for sellers right in here. Watch for sellers. Keep an eye. Keep your right eye on VIX. Keep your left eye on SPY. All right, this is looking good. High tick alert. High tick alert. Okay, VIX dropping off. Lower now. All right, you know what's going to happen if we get down into the mid 20s. 28 is the number. That's the magic number. You know what's going to happen. All right. So we've been looking for that. An options linked hedge unwind could push the markets in a violent rally. That was the morning update. Options linked hedge unwind. As VIX drops off, that's going to create an unwind in dealers' hedges, which could push a violent rally, which is what we're seeing right now. And options hedging to the downside is likely not a big influence, barring a major spike in IB. All right, so we've been looking for that dealer-driven short hedge cover rally that could easily ignite a rip higher in the markets. That's what we've been looking for, and the catalyst is an unwind in IV, the implied volatility, watching VIX dropping off as we speak. Got to keep this below 29. Come on. Push this sucker down. In the back of my mind, I'm humming some Rolling Stones under my thumb. Push this sucker down. Okay. I can't talk it higher, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get it up above 437.55. It feels like we're starting to slow down. Feels like you can see RSI starting to slow down right here as we, all right, some wicks on top of these 5-minute candles. All right, if this is the area where we're going to get resistance, this will be it. This will be it right in here. Keep an eye on VIX. All right, VIX, get down there. Stay down there below 29. It's trying to get back above 29 right now. It's doing chin-ups right now with its buddies holding onto its ankles, pushing it up, trying to hedge up. You ever do too many chin-ups and you can't get up on that last one? What the hell is he talking about? Markets feel tired, you know. VIX feels tired. It feels like VIX needs to reset. And we need to get out of this base. We still got a long way to go to get above the 200-day. S&P 500's up 50 handles right now. It's plus 50, 1%, a little bit over 1%. All right, so it feels like we're starting to peter out here. You see these last two candles, wicks on top of them. We're not, and lots of wicks along here. Okay, at around 1:30, 2 o'clock, we got all these wicks right here, right up against that level again. All right, we got 55 minutes to go, 53 minutes to go for the regular session. VIX looks like it's trying to hold this level. Oh, man. I thought we had it. I thought we had it. Looks like this is the high right here. I imagine a lot of people are looking at their charts thinking the same thing. Either we break out and VIX drops off, or we stall here, create more wicks, and VIX turns back up. All right, so it's either or right now. I did add to SPHD. I did add to SPHD. Sierra, Papa, Hilo, Delta. The kids' accounts, my accounts. Apple, I did add to Apple today. Didn't do a whole lot of trading today. I added to, no, I didn't. I added to Bristol Myers yesterday. Bristol Myers, let me see what that looks like. Bristol Myers. Bristol Myers is still below 65, but it's testing the high of the day right here, Bristol Myers Squibb. Okay. This is starting to push higher at the high of the day. Bristol Myers, there's a nice ABCD pattern on Bristol Myers. Merck is another one. All right, so, Bristol Myers is about to break out here, folks. Watch here. Merck.
High tick alert plus 800.
All right, we got a high tick
Extreme
alert.
high tick alert.
Okay, stream high tick alert. All right, so back to SPY. The rest of these will take care of themselves. Okay. VIX, bear flag, VIX, bear flag. Okay, Bristol Myers breaking out. Bristol Myers breaking out. That's a good sign. Apple looks good. Apple strong.
Extreme high tick alert.
Okay, Bristol Myers going. Netflix. Wow, look at the reversal on Netflix. Netflix, nice dip buyers there. All right, so SPY. All right, so we are going to stall here. All right, stall. Come on, we got plenty of time. Push this damn thing higher. VIX is starting to turn. VIX. Party pooper. VIX looks like it wants to be a party pooper. It's got a bear flag for now. The moving averages are pressuring it lower. Or does it reverse? We'll see. We're still in the 28 handle. Need to close below 28.70 or so. That would be nice. As we trade down in this area, you know what those dealers are doing with their puts. They're short puts. A lot of people are probably closing their put positions. That's letting the dealers close their short put positions. That means they can turn around and buy futures. But we need to drop a little bit more. We're still in negative gamma below 4,500, still in negative gamma. So while we're rallying here, we still got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. It's nice and comforting to see these FANG stocks being bid. Okay, here we go. Here we go. A little profit taking, SPY. SPY profit taking right here. VIX is spiking. VIX spike. VIX is spiking. All right, so, man, I was being hopeful. Maybe they can knock it back down. Knock it back down. If you got profits right now, you know, why not take some profits off the table? Try to eliminate some open positions. Try to focus next week. We'll focus next week on what's working. Will it be crude oil again? I think it was Robinhood trying to go. Robinhood's trying to go again. Robinhood with some price target adjustments. Robinhood with some price target adjustments today. We got quite a few. The consensus seems to be between 12 and 15 on those price target adjustments. What was the other ones? The other ones were, let's see, 15, 11, 15. Yeah, 15 seems to be the consensus on the price target adjustments. Rosenblatt adjusts their price target from 25 down to 15. Barclays adjusted their target from 42 down to 12. Piper Sandler adjusted from 17 down to 13. So there's a possibility we could see a follow through next week on Robinhood. All right, VIX. Come on, roll over, VIX. SPY, no follow through. 5 minute. Looks like profit taking up against that resistance level. So can we leapfrog above 437 already? VIX needs to roll over. Wow. A bridge in Pittsburgh Friday morning collapsed just ahead of President Joe Biden's visit to the city for an infrastructure speech. Wow, that's pretty interesting. 80 local bridges rated in poor condition in the Allegheny County, Pennsylvania alone. A bridge collapsed Friday morning? Wow, that's pretty crazy. All right, so VIX is rolling over, folks. VIX is rolling over. One more shot to the high. So, okay, let's assume that that candle right there was somebody taking profits, looking at these pivots. Somebody took profits right there after a nice rally up to this high. So if VIX rolls over, look at VIX. Look at VIX is rolling over here. Okay, VIX is rolling over. If VIX drops down into the 28s, that's going to incite. Okay, it's starting to do it right now. That's going to incite. It's going to get me excited right now. That's going to incite the dealers to cover and turn around and buy futures. Okay, go long futures because people are closing their put positions because they're losing money. The longer they wait, they're going to lose money. Sorry, I don't mean to get all excited and everything. But the longer they wait, the more money they're going to be losing here. If we get a rally in the next 30 minutes or so, these people that have short-dated futures or short-dated options contracts, put contracts in particular, they're long puts. They close those puts. The dealer's the opposite side of that trade. They're short puts. They can close their puts. They can re-hedge, and they can get back to delta neutral by buying futures here. So that's what it looks like is happening right now. Okay, we're dropping off. We're dropping off. Okay, that's exciting. All right, so Bristol Myers Squibb at the high of the day. Extreme high tick. Not so fast. Not so fast, you bulls. A close down here is prerequisite to a base break higher. A close in the upper half of the daily range would be good. VIX is low right here. The next thing, if you catch me singing now or humming, that would be a good sign. Okay, so this is looking a lot better. Remember the 60-minute chart? What we're telling you about the 60-minute, we need to see the 60-minute continue to build higher lows, and now we need a higher high. Okay, that's that 44.53 on the S&P 500. That was the candle right after the Fed meeting. We popped up to the highs and then we reversed immediately, but we're still making higher lows. So we need a higher high. We need a higher high. We need to take out 43.88. 43.88 would give us a higher high. Not happening yet. Not happening. Still pretty exciting though. Nice little rally there. So if I was looking at hedging or protection, I'd probably be rolling out to next week. VIX, I'd be rolling out to next week, or SPY puts, I'd be rolling out another week maybe. Or just closing the position and then reassess on Monday. Bristol Myers trying to make a new high. Bristol Myers. BMY, these look good. I got shares on Bristol Myers. I have no options, just shares. This looks good this week. We had a nice reversal Tuesday, Wednesday. Nice follow through. We're back above the 921 day. We're trending higher. RSI is above 50. Volume looks good. MACD's turning. Should cross zero line probably by Tuesday or Wednesday. Stochastics telling us to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range when it's pointing higher. That's exactly what's happening. Past 2 days, we've closed in the upper half of the daily range. That looks like it's going to continue. Other stocks in the group confirming what we're seeing, institutions buying pharmaceutical stocks. They've been strong for the past 2 days. Johnson & Johnson. Okay, we were looking for Eli Lilly to hold the 200-day as well. Eli Lilly, this is looking really good. Talked to Anton about this during lunch. We were both looking for Eli Lilly, among other stocks, to hold and push higher. So Monday, this might be a position. If we see strength in Bristol Myers and Merck and they break out on Monday, watch Eli Lilly. This got a good shot at making it from 242 back up to 280. So we got a 40-point move there. Potential 40-point move. When is Eli? When do they report Eli Lilly? Let's go see real quick. All right, NIMO is at minus 73, but that's improvement. 4 days this week, Monday through Thursday, we've closed below 80, minus 80. When do you see that improve? This will be the first day closing above minus 80. All right, let's see. Eli.
Extreme high tip alert plus 800.
All right, Eli Lilly reports next week. So Lilly on February 3rd, is it? Yeah, February 3rd. Thank you. Let's see. February 3rd, it reports before the market open. All right. So that's what, Thursday? Before the market open. So there goes. Ooh, there it goes. There we go. All right. Here's our confirmation right here, folks. Here's your confirmation. Okay. S&P looking good here. S&P. Here we go. There's your breakout. There's your breakout. Goodbye. See you later. See you later, Bears. Sorry. Don't cry, Argentina. All right, Blondie's going to call me right now. All right, so VIX, ho, 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 look at the VIX drop off. That's exactly what you want to see. You want to see VIX at new lows. There goes VIX, the dotted orange line dropping off. Awesome. Very nice. Very nice. VIX. Okay. Big reversal on VIX. Now, we've seen this before. We had 7 trading days over here back in late November. And we got tricked the next day. We dropped off on a Monday. All right, we want to see a drop off next week. So that would be good. Dropping off on Monday would be good. That would mean we'd probably see a test of the 200 day. Probably see a test of the 200 day on Monday. Okay, VIX dropping off. That's what we want to see. Here's a low over here. We're taking out that low. 28's the key. 28's the key. All right, so we knew 28. 28. That's the number we've been talking about all week. 28 was the key. After Wednesday, FOMC, we were looking for 28. Didn't happen. We stayed up in the lower 30s. All right, there goes Bristol Myers. Bristol Myers on the move here. BMY cruising higher. Okay, we added yesterday. Yesterday we added to Bristol Myers. Okay, that's working. Pulling away from VWAP. And look at the volume. Okay. VWAP is pointed higher, up and to the right. Okay, modestly higher, but not flat. And we're seeing RSI rising with above average volume. So that's good. That's a key to just about any asset. If you're watching VWAP, during the day. You want to see an upward sloping VWAP. All right, so man, this is great. A close in the 27 handle would be a early Christmas present. I know it's we just had Christmas, but hey, I'll go for an early St. Patrick's Day present. How about that? That'll work. Bristol Myers. Man, I just took a gulp of coffee. I guess that's what got me all hyper about 10 minutes ago. All right, so Bristol Myers receives a positive CHMP opinion for CART therapy for certain types of lymphoma. All right, so that looks good. So they got a nice opinion letter approval for therapy for lymphoma. So that was a positive catalyst for Bristol Myers today. That was about 7 a.m. So we've been trading higher on that news all day. All right, Bristol Myers at the high of the day. Bristol Myers at a new high of the day. BMY going. Yeah, I've been pretty quiet. Yesterday I wasn't feeling well, as you know. This morning I didn't take anything. I was just, drinking a lot of vegetable juice. There we go. Here we go. VIX is dropping off again. VIX will drop off again. High tick alert. Beautiful. Beautiful. Nice job there, Ali. Nice job. All right, all right, VIX 27 handle. $27 handle is next on VIX. We're 40 cents to go. I don't want to jump the gun. Probably just jinxed it by saying that. Bristol Myers looks good. All right, I added to that yesterday. Bristol Myers, beautiful. Let me see how many shares I got there. 300 shares of Bristol Myers. Do I want to add to it? No, it's too late. It's too late. All right, so we see some activity in VIX here at the lows. They're going to defend this level, it looks like. Looks like they'll defend this level. All right, looking for follow through. All right, Bristol Myers about to push to new highs right here. Bristol Myers Squibb is at the high of the day, new high of the day. Come on, VIX, drop off. Give us a break. We've been off for 4 days. Actually, a couple of weeks. Come on, VIX. Just watching the VIX. Watching the VIX here. Don't spoil it. All right, SPY, more profit taking. SPY, more profit taking. All right, VIX is starting to turn. SPY, profit taking. All right, here comes VIX in the opposite direction. Starting to see maybe some shorts covering. SPY at the highs, seeing some profit taking. We got 29 minutes to go. All right, there goes VIX dropping off. VIX, a couple of pennies to go to get into the 27 handle. You know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. There they go. There they go. Off into the wild blue yonder. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so that looks good. Bristol Myers, new high of the day. Bristol Myers still going. All right, VIX drop off. Getting to the 27 handle. Nice. All right, so VIX 28, VIX 28. Very nice.
High tick alert plus 800.
Tick cumulative. All right, confirming. Tick cumulative is confirming. All right, making new highs. Futures making new highs.
High took alert plus 800.
All right, looking good. Okay.
High took alert plus 800. Extreme high took alert.
All right, there goes S&P. S&P off into the wild blue yonder. Into the 27 handle we go. 27 handle.
Extreme high took alert.
3 basis points on VIX today. Dropping. VIX is dropping like crazy. All right. all night long. 431. 431.34.
Extreme high tip alert. High tip alert plus 800. Extreme high tip alert.
All right. Nice rally here. Nice rally. VIX dropping off hard. Yep.
High tip alert plus 800.
Telling you, what a dealer's doing.
Extreme high tip alert.
You're seeing it real time right now, what dealers are doing. All right. Goodbye. VIX dropping really hard. Oh my goodness, look at this move here. They waited till the last hour of the trading day to just crush it. Oh boy. Man, that made me feel good. That was a good run there. Don't forget to take profits off the table. What are some of these other positions doing? Let's see. Make sure you check your positions. You've got 10 minutes to go. If you got anything expiring in the money, make sure that you're taking care of that. Okay.
High took alert plus 800.
IBM, Home Depot. Home Depot would need to rally another 10 points. Okay. All right. So Home Depot, Peloton, Intel. All right. So don't stop believing. I like Journey. Wow. Nice move there, folks. Nice move. All right. We've been saying 28 all week. 28 all week is where we need to see VIX get to before we could see a rally. That quick move is what we've been watching for.
High took alert plus 800. All right, so nice move here. VIX is dropping off again. High took alert plus 800. Extreme high tip alert.
Oh, oh, tell me it's not so. Oh no, bears. Oh man, look at the volume at end of day. Oh my gosh. The volume is crazy right here. VIX about to drop again.
Extreme high tip alert. High tip alert plus 800. Extreme high tip alert.
Holy smokerinos. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Killing it. What does the S&P look like? I really didn't want to see a close at the 200-day. What do you say? I'll take what they give us, but I really didn't want to see a close at the 200-day. That does not leave me feeling confident for Monday. Good short covering rally. Maybe we'll leap above it on Monday.
It's 4 o'clock.
What a freaking close. Congratulations, folks. That was a great close. That was an awesome, awesome close. That's the way you finish the day. Man, what a nice move there. That was $4.50 on the Qs. $200-day. Yeah, we got to deal with the $200-day on Monday. Oh boy, close at the highs of the session. Wow. Let me savor this for a minute and let me write this shit down in my book. Let me write this down in my journal. Wow. That's the way I'm going to start off today. All right, folks, I hope you had a good week. It was a little boring. We got chopped up. All right, what's today? Today is January 28th, Friday with a Y. Finally, VIX below 28, end of day rally. All right, 4.5 points, 4.5 points on the Qs. Okay, Bristol Myers, Home Depot closing at 366.70. Just about everything I'm looking at looks awesome. Counting the dollars now. All right, folks. Have a great weekend. The weekend video will be out about 2:00 p.m. on Sunday. I don't know if I'll write anything this weekend. I want to take a break. I'm still feeling a little under the weather, but better. Thank you very much for the well wishes. I just had a cold, headache and a cold. Anyway, this is your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. This fine January the 28th, Friday, 28th of January. Beautiful. Okay, so the SPY finished above the 200-day. SPY closed above the 200-day. SPY closed above the 200-day. All right, Monday is the last trading day of the year, excuse me, of the month. Okay. Anyway, we closed above the 200-day. Hopefully, you guys had a good day. I tried to walk you through it. 28 was what we were looking for all day. Have a great evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us, Ali, David. See you later. Say hello to our friends in New Jersey. Robert, take care. Everyone, have a great weekend. Have a great weekend. Sundog, see you later. Heart Pumper, Mikey, thank you. Vanter, take care. Paolo, see you later. B-Man, Brian, thanks for your updates. Appreciate that. Brother Bill, as always, thank you. Yoda, Frank, Ali, Sean, hold the fort in Massachusetts. Make sure everything's fine up there. In case I visit Massachusetts one day, Boston, may come up there and see my my niece. Russell, take care. Mondo, see you later. Have a good weekend. Michael, Keeley, see you later. Have a good one. Frano, NGB, take care. Yoda, take care. CG, thanks for everything. Lee Star, of course. Rick, take care. See you guys. Have a good weekend, everyone. Hope your day was as fine as mine. LA, see you later. West Coasters. I can't fault them for living out on the West Coast. Have a good one. All right. Looks like that's about everybody. If I didn't mention your name, you haven't posted in a while in the room since about 3:45. So take care, everyone. We'll see you. Dollar. Oh, of course, Dollar. Take care. Who else is in here today? Well, I hope y'all had a good day. Y'all had a good day. Wow, lots of posts in the last hour. Man, you guys went to town. Pretty exciting. The room really rocks, starts to print a lot of thoughts when the markets are rallying. Gets a little quiet when we pull back. Everybody's holding their breath. Jeff, take care, Sundog. See you later. All right, so that's it for me. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. One more trading day in January. That's Monday. And then we start the new month of February. Take care, everyone. We'll see you on Sunday. Ciao. Mr. Ganti, see you later. Take care, Mr. Ganti. All right, ciao, everyone. See you tomorrow, or see you Sunday.